Hello again, and good morning again. I am Stephen Collins. I'm the CEO of Matter. For those of you who don't spend a lot of time with us, Matter is a healthcare technology incubator and innovation hub with a mission to accelerate the pace of change of healthcare. We launched in 2015. We have since then incubated more than 1,000 startups from all over the world. We have a suite of services to help them at every stage of their development. We also run 6 or 8 startup accelerators every year, which we'll talk more about throughout the day. We run them in partnership with large life sciences companies, health systems, insurance companies, foundations, universities. Each one of them is focused on a cohort of 5 to 10 companies focused on a particular challenge in healthcare. We also work with dozens of health systems and payers and life sciences companies, helping them collaborate with entrepreneurs and innovate more effectively themselves. We are also the digital health hub of BARDA. BARDA is part of the federal government, so it's an interesting time. It's part of Health and Human Services that is responsible for developing and nurturing innovations that will help the country be more resilient in the face of a pandemic or a biological attack or things like that. So we run accelerators for them every year, and we fund product validation studies for entrepreneurs developing relevant solutions. We also host events focused on healthcare innovation, healthcare transformation, bringing people together to be inspired and learn and connect with each other. So today's summit kind of combines several of these things that we do and love to do. The 2025 Advancing Brain Health Innovation Summit. It is the culmination of a 12-week accelerator focused on a critical healthcare challenge. So millions of people living with rare neurological diseases wait too long for answers. They face barriers to care, and they often navigate their journey without the tools or support that they need. So we worked with 5 startups focused on this challenge. The teams worked with experts, with mentors, industry executives, patient advocates to help them develop their technologies and their approaches, focusing on patients and caregivers and providers. So the purpose of today's forum is to not only hear from the startups, but also engage with thought leaders and learn more about innovations that are already making a difference and explore what's possible and how we can work together to accelerate innovation. This initiative has been made possible through our partnership with the Lundbeck US Charitable Fund. And Molly Porch is the foundation's president and also leads corporate affairs for Lundbeck in the United States. She's been working in this field for 20 years, bringing a real depth of experience and expertise to this partnership, and also a very long-standing passion for improving the lives of people with complex conditions. And she actually just let me know she joined the board of Community Health. For those of you who may know them, they are an incredible free clinic in Chicago, kind of regarded nationwide as one of the leaders in providing care for uninsured. So with that, Molly's gonna come up and say a few words. Thank you so much, and please welcome Molly Porch.
Thank you, Stephen, for the warm welcome and the introduction. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us here today. As Stephen said, my name is Molly Porch. I'm Vice President of Corporate Affairs for Lundbeck and also President of the Lundbeck US Charitable Fund. So Lundbeck is a global pharmaceutical company solely focused in neuroscience, and the fund is a nonprofit 501c3 organization managed separately. But what unites us is really a shared purpose around advancing brain health for patients, people, and society. The work of the fund for me is just so important because it's what allows us to go far beyond medicines in supporting communities in different and broader ways. And Matter is such an important partner for us in this endeavor. They are incubating some of the most important ideas for today and then far into the future. Excuse me, far into the future around what innovation could be for the brain health community. So with that, I want to thank all of you who are here today, the patients, the caregivers, the clinicians and thought leaders, the advocates, so many of you who know what it is to live with brain diseases or care for someone with brain diseases. So thank you so much for being here, and we appreciate your support.
Hi, everyone. I'm Casey Sheridan. I've been a part of the Matter team for about 7 years now, and I've had the pleasure of working with Molly, Kelly, and Nadine at the Lundbeck team for the past few years of this initiative. I'm going to kick us off by giving a high-level overview of what you all can expect for today. So first and foremost, we're going to have a keynote address from Nasha Fitter, who brings a unique perspective as both a parent of a child with a rare neurological disease and who is also a leader in the innovation space. Her insights are going to set the tone for the day as we explore the intersection of patient experience and breakthrough innovation. From there, we're going to move right into a dialogue focused on the discovery and diagnosis of rare neurological conditions. And then after lunch, we'll continue with another session talking about treatment and care of rare neurological conditions. Each session will include perspectives from clinicians, patient advocates, industry experts, and innovators, highlighting both the challenges in this space and the emerging tech. After a mid-afternoon break, we'll showcase the 5 startups from the accelerator cohort that Stephen mentioned earlier. Each team will present their solution, followed by questions from a panel of industry experts. It's really a great opportunity to see this early-stage innovation up close. From there, we're going to end the day with a reception, so you'll all have time to connect, to reflect, and to keep the conversations going. So to kick the day off, please welcome our keynote speaker, Nasha Fitter. Nasha is a powerful voice in the rare disease community, both as a parent and a leader. She is the co-founder and the CEO of FOXG1 Research Foundation, where she has led groundbreaking efforts to accelerate research and find treatments for FOXG1 syndrome, a rare neurological condition that affects her daughter. She's also the co-founder and chief business officer of Citizen Health, a platform that helps patients and families take control of their medical data and use it to drive research and improve care. During her talk, we invite you all to please submit any questions that you may have for Nasha by scanning the QR code that you can all see at the center of your table. It'll also be up on the screen at times, and for our virtual audience, you all can see it on the bottom right-hand side of your screen. So with that, please welcome, or join me in welcoming Nasha Fitter.
Perfect. Okay, is everyone awake? Has everyone had enough coffee this morning? I hope so. All right, so let's get going. I am really excited to speak to you all today about what I feel are some really transformative and exciting changes happening in healthcare. I know all of you are innovators, either at startups or larger companies, and I think there's a lot we can learn together, and there's a lot to do. Today, what I'd like to do is go through with you my story, which is really about patient-led drug development, then talk about some areas in healthcare that I think are really ripe for disruption, and then talk about a way forward. And hopefully that inspires you and sparks some interesting conversations and debate. So let's get going. All right, so I'm going to start my story with this quote from Plato that I'm sure all of you have heard of in various iterations, where necessity is the mother of invention. Now, I had my own necessity. I'm sure many of you have had your necessities that have driven you to what you're doing today. The thing is that necessity, oh, am I having an echo? Was that better? Okay. Necessity isn't really enough in itself. You need the ambition to want to create change, and then you need a community. It's really difficult to create real change by yourself. So you have to drive people to believe in your own necessity and move forward. My story starts with my daughter, Amara. She's my youngest child. I have 3 children. And she was born, a really perfectly healthy, happy baby. We were super excited. Her siblings were excited to have a younger sister. And for a while, everything was fine. Then she missed her 3-month milestones. She then missed her 6-month milestones. Her pediatrician assured us that, hey, a lot of kids miss these early milestones, don't worry. You know, we had 3 kids under the age of 5. We were so exhausted that we thought, okay, that's great. She's a slow roller, no big deal, okay. And then unfortunately at 7 months, she started to have seizures, these mini seizures called infantile spasms. And basically it's where her arms were involuntary raising and her eyes would go backwards. First it started at a couple, then it quickly moved to about 30 per day, and then we accelerated within a week to about 100 of them a day. Luckily, she received treatment, something called ACTH, where you take a needle that's about 4 inches long and jam it in your child's thigh, so it goes into the muscle. And you do that a few times a day for about a month, and that did take it away. We got her first round of genetic testing, everything was fine, so we thought, all right, you know, this is a blip in her childhood, we'll talk about it at her wedding, that's it. Unfortunately, a couple of months later, we received her last panel of genetic testing, and honestly, we had forgotten about it by then, that said that she has a mutation in her FOXG1 gene and has a condition called FOXG1 syndrome, which, like you, I had never heard of. And so, you know, her epileptologist sat with me and basically, you know, she told me some things, I couldn't really understand her, and she said, whatever you do, do not go home and get on Google. So obviously, the first thing I did when I got home was get on Google, right? And the things that really stuck out to me, it wasn't so much the seizures or the medical treatments, it was kids with FOXG1 syndrome don't walk, they don't talk, they're severely disabled and intellectually delayed. And those are the words that really hit me. And you know, many parents go through what I'm going through. I'm not unique in that. But at that point, I really had to make a decision. This was a necessity. I had to make a decision, do I want this to be her future or do I want to change it? I had the ambition, I've been an entrepreneur my whole life, that I wanted to do something about it. And then I got to know more parents with this, you know, who had children with this condition, really amazing parents, as well as other advocates in the rare disease community, honestly the best community on earth. And I thought, all right, now I can do something and I can actually drive this change and I don't need to be a victim of my circumstance. And so that is what drove me to start, one, the foundation, which is about finding a cure, and to do that in a very short period of time. And then 2, Citizen Health, which is a technology platform to help accelerate drug development through clinical insights. And together, we're trying to build a blueprint for a new way to accelerate drug development. So now I'm going to move into what's happening in science and drug development today, and we'll start with some optimism. I think you can all agree we're in a pretty exciting time in genetic therapies and genetic science. I don't think I'd be able to give this talk if it was 20 years ago or even 10 years ago. The little girl on top is a child with SMA, spinal muscular atrophy. I think you've all probably heard of those breakthrough treatments. Children were expected to pass away by about age 2. This little girl lives in Florida, past age 2, taking life by storm, can walk, can talk, really living a full functioning life. The baby at the bottom, hopefully you've all read the articles in the Wall Street Journal and the New York Times this week about the first newborn that was treated with CRISPR. These are just monumental. You know, I live in the Bay Area and everyone thinks innovation is like your iPhone or Facebook. You know, that's not innovation. This is innovation, right? We're changing human biology. This is incredible innovation, and that's the age we're living in. So you might say, great, we're all done. Why are we all here, right? Healthcare is amazing. We're all going to be eradicated of our diseases, but unfortunately, these tend to be N of 1 miracles. These therapies are not available to the masses, not yet, and we don't see that in the foreseeable future, and that is the real problem. The promise of genetic science is not hitting patients. Now, why is that? So here's a landscape that if you work in rare disease, you might be familiar with, right? We have over 10,000 rare disease. More are getting diagnosed daily. That affects about 300 million worldwide. Half of them are children. Now, to me, the amazing part of this is that 80% of them have a known genetic cause, which means all these incredible gene therapies and antisense oligonucleotides and CRISPR, it could actually make a huge difference. Yet only 5% today have any treatments. Now, why is that, right? It comes down to this extraordinary cost of drug development, where you see in the low end, it can cost $200 million. At the high end, it's over $1 billion. It is just too high. At this rate, we're not going to cure 10,000 rare diseases. We're going to be lucky if we cure 10, right? So this isn't working. Now, why is the cost so high? Because the timeline is so long. And drug development is so incredibly siloed. It's so siloed. And entrenched players don't have a huge incentive to change, which means, it's a classic innovator's dilemma. So you do need innovation from the outside. I'm a huge fan of patient-driven innovation, and I think patients today are pushing companies and pushing this conversation forward of how do we take all of these pieces. You could be in basic science for 12 years. Then you go to translational, and guess what? You got to redo half the experiments that were done in academia. That takes another 5 years. Then you're like, oh, now I need to understand who my patients are that I'm developing this drug for. Let's start a natural history study. You've still got toxicology and manufacturing to do, and that's all before you even get to your clinical trials, right? It's a very long process. And so, here we are in this situation where it takes literally an eternity to develop a drug. It costs billions of dollars. And on top of that, right, the majority of trials still fail. Like, are you kidding me? Like, it'd be one thing if we were spending all this money and it took all this time, but the output was amazing, but it's not. So something is clearly broken in this equation. All right, so I have put down my 5 kind of indisputable truths about drug development. You may agree with me or disagree, but this is what I think is going forward. Okay, number 1, basic to translational science is so inefficient. A lot of drug discovery happens in academia, and it's so important because academics have the luxury of open sky thinking. Unfortunately, the incentives are publishing papers, thinking of new ideas, not approvals of drugs, and therein lies the problem, right? Out of every 100,000 projects funded in academia, only 1 results in an actual drug. So just think about that. Yet that is where we look at drug development starting. Highly inefficient model. Okay, truth number 2. Great, you have a lead target, and then guess what? You approach what's called the valley of death. You can't afford your toxicology bill. Your program is not de-risked enough for a company to say, hey, I can invest, and the tox bill is too high. Right now, how do we do toxicology? We test on higher order animals, right? Pigs, monkeys, dogs, very expensive, thousands upon thousands of animals sacrificed. And only 50% of this actually even translates to what we see tox in humans. So this is a broken system. All right, the third truth, this one really kills me. You have a great drug, it can work, but you have waited too long to understand the patient that you're actually creating that drug for. I work with so many companies, like you think this is a joke, it's reality. You pick the wrong endpoint. You actually misread the patient population and make your inclusion-exclusion criteria too narrow. And your drug fails, not because it's not a good drug, but because you did not understand your patient population. This happens day in and day out. Okay, truth number 4. Phase 3 trials and a double-blinded placebo are not feasible for rare diseases, especially ultra-rare diseases. Yet they are the gold standard, and I don't think anyone disagrees with that. That is absolutely the gold standard for drug efficacy. But if it's not feasible, it's not working. So we have to think of new ways. How are we going to track and understand patients through and after trials? All right, truth number 5. This is my last one. Thank you all of you for still paying attention, which is you have a drug, hallelujah, you've got this drug, yet the majority of your patients can't access it because your drug is so expensive, right? It's too expensive to manufacture the drug. It's so expensive to market the drug. And there's so little innovation with payers on how do we finance gene therapies. And they're coming down the pipeline, right? They're gonna sink our Medicare system, Medicaid system. So there's a lot of disruption needed there. And unfortunately, these 5 truths are keeping all of that really exciting science that we see happening and we read articles on and we think this is the future from actually going into a drug in a human. I always say, who cares if you cure a mouse? You need to get that drug in an actual human being at scale. Then we've created change, right? Okay, so a new way forward. this is what we have done, my teams and I, and can't wait to see what you guys are all doing as well. So our goal was, how do we develop a genetic therapy that is life-changing from scratch? So I'm talking about not even one mouse model being created, not understanding the biology of the disease, in less than 10 years for under $20 million. Right now, the NPV, the net present value of a rare disease, is about $100 million. So you could see why it's not economically feasible for most companies to focus on rare. If we can get the costs down to under 20, we start to actually have an ecosystem where this could work. So how are we going to do this? All right, so the first is that it's got to be patient-led. And that means that it could be happening through a foundation, driving their own drug development. I'm actually also on the board of the Buffalo Initiative, which is a social venture philanthropy fund that funds patient advocacy groups to develop drugs. Or if it's a company, you have to work hand in hand with this advocacy group. The advocacy group exists to understand patients. Don't develop a drug without having this insight from day one. The second is batch processing. Not the sexiest word, but let me explain what that means. So right now, as I said, drug development is very, very siloed. You have subject matter experts that are doing drug discovery. Then it goes into drug translation, preclinical work. You have your IND submission, there's a group that does that. Then you get into who is running your clinical trial. Then it gets kicked off to commercial, a completely different team. It is completely siloed. So the person or the team doing drug discovery has no insight into what it takes to actually make it commercially viable. Now this could work in, this kind of automated processing and automated manufacturing works in something like the automotive industry where you're developing cars, it's copy and paste. But I think all of you know that drug development is not copy and paste. Every indication is different, every target is different, every modality is different. So instead of doing kind of a line, think about batch processing, where you have one owner around the table and you start thinking of that clinical work from day one. From day one, you say, I don't want to do a double-blinded placebo. What am I going to do to get there? At the drug discovery phase. So what we've done in our foundation is we've hired someone from pharma who's taken drugs into the clinic and beyond. We have a clinical data officer from Stanford. We've created a lab. We went to a university at Buffalo. We literally trained their science on translational science. We hired technicians because guess what? Most postdocs don't want to do repetitive experiments, but that is what is necessary for drug development. We've trained them so any experiment that's done in discovery is done in a way that you could actually populate a regulatory filing. So we've completely integrated basic and translational science, saving a ton of time. We integrated toxin manufacturing. We decided to work with Charles River because they have both toxicology and manufacturing under one roof, making it much more efficient. And our team at Charles River and our team at the university are completely lockstep. And then we have a variety of consultants that are fractional, but we all work in one table. Ellie, from day one, built our natural history study, built a disease concept model. We literally built our drug knowing who our patients are, what their needs are, and keeping that in mind. So this is what I mean by batch processing. All right, the third is all around tech and AI, which we hear all the time. And I think there's going to be different pitches today that we're going to hear about the utilization of this. This needs to be incorporated in everything, everywhere, right? So in my case, what we did is we started a company, a for-profit company called Citizen Health. And our goal at Citizen is we want to understand patients from day one longitudinally. It has to be patient-led, and it's got to be deep insights that both helps the patient, the advocacy group, and the pharmaceutical company. All right, so if we think about the way currently patients are understood, natural history studies, some of you might have heard of that. What happens is you have different academic sites that will be open for a natural history study. Patients across the country will go into these sites on a 6-month or a 1-year interval. You answer a set of questions that are pre-populated. It's usually about 20 to about 50 questions. And then that gets populated over many years to finally have what's called a retrospective natural history study that shows the progression of a disease, where you can start identifying endpoints, and that's what you submit in your IND application. This obviously takes a long time. It's a huge burden to patients, and it frankly doesn't work in rare diseases. There are not enough patients. You have so much patient drop-off that you end up with holes in your natural history study. So what we sought to create was, how can we do this in 6 months? How can we not burden patients? How can we get over 10 years of longitudinal data with really comprehensive insights with thousands upon thousands of variables per patient that could be used to accelerate drug development? And so what Citizen does is, number one, we work only with patient advocacy groups. We're taking the community with us. We're understanding their needs. We recruit patients by working with these advocacy groups. We have about 123 now groups on the platform across mainly neurological conditions. We then use the patient's HIPAA right of access, and what we've done is we've turbo-taxed a very manual process of sending e-faxes to different institutions asking for patient medical records. And we collect the entire medical record, all of the unstructured notes, MRIs, EEG tracings, everything that a patient has done, we collect. And most of these patients are interacting with the medical system constantly. These are severe patients. We collect everything, we extract information on the back end, we actually provide that insight back to the patients themselves to help them with their day-to-day care. And then those de-identified data sets are available for biopharma to accelerate drug development. And I'll share an early success case, and I think everyone with a startup, you have a great idea, you need to actually prove that it works. So we partnered with Praxis Precision Medicines. They have developed an ASO, an antisense oligonucleotide for SCN2A epilepsy, an ultra-rare form of epilepsy, a genetic condition. They had an in-process natural history study running for about 6 years. They had collected some data, but it wasn't enough. They weren't able to really understand what endpoints would work. So within 6 months, we onboarded their community, SCN2A patients. We ended up getting about 5x the number of patients that were in their in-person study. Obviously, it's a tech platform. It's not, you don't have the socioeconomic issues of you have to be near an academic medical center. Let me go back. We collected all their medical records. We built this natural history data set within 6 months, and it ended up being much richer also than their in-person data. So it was the first time that a company had used only data in the real world, which is what we want to get to. We want to track patients in the real world in their IND filing, and it was approved, and according to them, we saved them 4 years. And so this is the kind of innovation we want to see using tech to really make a difference. And I'll just give you one insight. If you look at this, this is what Praxis literally put in their IND filing. This is the number of clinical diagnoses with the exact percentages of patients experiencing the diagnoses that they were able to provide as their exploratory endpoints. This would have taken them a decade, if not more, to figure out without technology. So, it's using technology to solve real problems and accelerating drug development. All right, so our blueprint is to do this within 10 years, to use the different ideas we've had. This is where we are. We're actually closer to the end of the toxin manufacturing process. We're about to get into the clinic. I'd be excited to report back. Do we accomplish our goal? Can we do this in 10 years? Are we able to use our data as a comparator arm? Will the agency accept it? All of this stuff. Will our drug be successful? We'll see, but so far we're on track. And so I believe personalized medicine is the future of healthcare, especially as we identify more and more genes. Currently, our pharmaceutical industry and the way we develop drugs is not built for that. It's not built to create drugs for small numbers of people. It's a lot of room for innovation from all of us. I've shown you how I'm trying to innovate and my teams are trying to innovate, and so I'm excited to hear how will you all shape this future? What will your role be in what I think is the most dramatic change in human history that we've ever had? So thank you, and I hope you have a great day today.
Great job, Nasha. We are now going to do an audience Q&A portion.
Okay.
So a reminder for those in the room, you have the QR code at the center of your table to submit questions. And then for those of us joining us online, you have the QR code on the bottom of your screen to submit questions. Okay, so our first one is how do you think we make high science easier for caregivers and patients and more understandable for them?
Yeah, this is really difficult because I know when Amara was diagnosed, the advice I got was, hey, you should just go to PubMed and read everything you can about FOXG1, the gene, which was so demoralizing as I don't have a science background. As I started to read, I thought I can't understand a single thing. I think today we're very lucky because we have ChatGPT, we have Claude, we have a lot of different tools that you can literally put a PubMed article in and say, explain this to me like I'm a 4-year-old child, and it will do that. So I do think that caregivers do need to be aware of what their condition is. A lot of it is just language, scientific, like something very simple, phenotype. It just means a symptom. But you say phenotype to a new parent, they don't know what you're talking about, right? And so it's just language, though. So I think a lot of it is just using the tools today, but it is important to educate oneself on, what is the condition so you can go and speak to your doctors, et cetera, with the right insight.
Awesome. The next question from the audience is, besides drug development, how do other elements of healthcare innovation inspire you? How do you see the innovation landscape and working with it?
So I'm inspired by, even if I think about something simple like toxicology, I am really inspired by things like organ on a chip, for example, right? Using cellular models. Nothing has been approved by the agency yet, but I think there is some real exciting innovation out there. There's a lot of people thinking about these problems. And so that's one example of something that I'm really inspired by.
Awesome. Another audience question, are there specific technologies like AI or gene editing that you believe are underutilized in rare disease research?
I think everything is underutilized.
Yeah.
I think we have a lot of research. We just don't have a lot of drug development happening. To me, the real issue is around the financial innovation that's necessary to actually get more of the research into testing it on models to take into the clinic.
Awesome. Pivoting a little bit to kind of the VC world, what do you think needs to change in investment to make rare disease therapies more investable?
So I think one is we have to cut down the cost and time to develop these drugs. If we think about VC investment, it's actually pretty fascinating. We are back to levels of investing that we saw 15 years ago. So we saw kind of a hype, and then it's completely dropped. So at its high, I think it was over $3 billion VC investment into rare diseases. Now we're under $1 billion, about $500 million actually. So it's been a huge drop. And the reason is that it's risky, and it takes too long, it's too expensive. The NPV is $100 million. It just doesn't make any financial sense. It has to make financial sense for the investment community to put money in, and that's where we need to think of new models. We need new incentives at the agency. The PRV has to pass. We need better incentives for ultra rare. I call it the missing middle. Diseases that are about under 1,000 patients. Why would anyone invest in a disease under 1,000 patients when you can get the same incentive from the agency if you focus on a disease with 10,000 patients? So we need to think about our incentive system. There's a lot there to go through.
Awesome. Drawing on your personal experience, what lessons have you learned from bridging roles in biotech, advocacy, and technology? You do a lot, you wear a lot of different hats. Where do these worlds most need to align for better patient care?
So I think so far from my learning, and again, I came into healthcare because of my daughter. The word patient has to be the worst word in the universe. I mean, patient, just be patient and wait, right? The word itself is such a passive word. And when you look at the industry, like the patient is the last person. It's all about the clinician. It's about the drug developer. It's about the insurance company. The patient, and you hear a lot of people say patient-centric or patient, and it's just I don't see it happening. And I think that is the real missing gap. So many issues happen because we don't understand the patient. We don't take patients with us. To me, it is all about patient-led drug development. You have to have that. I see more and more companies. It's exciting that there's real patient advocacy now in these companies, and they're taking patients along the journey. They're learning from patients. But to me, that's a real missing aspect, and that's where everything comes together, right? It really comes together with the person. A huge problem is that patients are not consumers. In every other industry, the financial industry, you look at tech, all these industries, the consumer is king. The consumer in healthcare is the pauper, right? It's like, it's the last in the line. So we have to start thinking about patients as healthcare consumers, and that is where everything aligns.
Awesome. Let's go to a more personal one. What advice would you give to a parent or caregiver that are just starting in their journey in the rare disease world?
I would say take a deep breath. It's a marathon. I meet a lot of very anxious parents who say, I've read about this gene therapy. I think I could do it in a year or 2 years. You got to take a breath. I think luckily there's so many great advocates to learn from. So I would say talk to people first, learn from others, and then think about your own well-being and your mental health, right? Make sure you're taking your vitamins, you're exercising, get on an antidepressant, whatever you need to do. Take care of yourself, because you are the one who has to take care of your child and then do all of this work. And people tend to run themselves, ragged in this industry, and it is very hard.
Sticking on kind of caregiver and patient-centered care, what does truly patient-centered care look like to you in the context of managing a rare lifelong condition like FOXG1?
Yeah, it's back to thinking of the patient as the consumer. So one thing that we've done on Citizen, initially when we started, we just had a lot of data, and we were giving that back to patients and graphs and things like that. And no patient really can do anything with that. Like, what do you do if you look at a graph? Now, thanks to AI, we're able to do really interesting things. So the other day, we're testing some products in beta. Amara started having a new type of seizure. I just went to the Citizen app, into our, we have an AI tool, and I asked, okay, tell me about other FOXG1 kids that are having this type of seizure. And it was able to search everyone's medical records and come back to me with information. It told me what medications they're using, what side effects they're having on those medications. I was able to take that back to her epileptologist and actually have an educated discussion. And what we want to get to is, imagine one day that I get a ping and an AI agent tells me, hey, Amara has some, pretty bad GI symptoms, and she's not seeing a specialist. But most kids like her are seeing a specialist. Here's a pre-populated letter in your account that you can just send to your pediatrician to get a referral, right? I think what we want to get to is to ease the burden on families, to start using data and AI to actually help families, because it's such a burden to think that you have to do all this research. You have to stay on top of everything. You're not a doctor, you're not a scientist. You've probably had a different career in the past. You've got other kids, it's so much going on. Also, you have to raise millions of dollars to do anything, right? It's a lot. So I am really excited about, patients as consumers and a lot of these new tools actually assisting patients.
Great. This question gets a little bit more personal as well. Talking about the cost to provide care when you are a caregiver, caring for a child, for instance, with a rare neurological disease. How do we innovate there? How do we kind of ease that financial burden on the caregivers and families of patients?
Yeah, it's a huge financial burden. It's definitely not my area of expertise. I think this is another place that we need more innovation. It's really hard to get care. I think of my own daughter as she's getting bigger, she's more unwieldy. It's almost like, if any of you are a parent, or been a parent, you know that those infant and toddler years were like very difficult, right, to say, and you were always complaining about them. Now just imagine you have an infant and toddler for their entire life, except they're bigger physically, right? And so you have a kid that's screaming and you don't know why they're in pain. You have a kid that's smacking you because they're so frustrated, but they're not a toddler smacking you, they're a 30-year-old smacking you, right? It's very, very difficult to manage these kids. It's more and more difficult. It's easier to get a caregiver when your kids are cute and they're small, but as they get bigger, guess what? No one even wants to care for your child. The most frustrating thing that I look in my community and other parents is as their kids get bigger, they cannot find any help, and it's really hard, or they can't afford the help. So I don't have an answer there, but it's definitely an area that as a society we need to try to start figuring out.
Mm-hmm. Okay, a couple more questions. We're jumping around. How does Citizen compare to other patient data warehouses, like ones for long COVID databases, for instance, that are being set up by the Department of Health. Can you talk a little bit about the duplicity of databases and how you all approach that at Citizen?
Yeah, there are a lot of databases out there, and everyone has a different flavor. I think one is that this isn't controlled by the government or, and the reason I started it as a for-profit is because I really felt strongly that patients should be consumers and should be delivered a 21st century consumer experience. And to do that, you need very excellent engineering talent. There's about 100x difference from a good engineer to an excellent engineer. It's just the way it is. And you're not going to hire excellent engineers in a nonprofit. It's just not going to happen. And so what we've created as Citizen is really looking at patients as the consumer. And I think that's a big differentiator. So all the data we're collecting, it's not just for pharma. We give everything back to the patient for free. It's a free platform for patients. And we're trying to drive better outcomes for them. So I think that's the key difference. We're a consumer health platform first and foremost.
Okay, great. Second to last question here. Do you see this integrated patient-led model gaining traction with other rare disease-focused organizations, and how do you go about that?
I do. This is the most, do you know there's been more advocacy groups created in the last 5 years than in the previous 50? Okay, so just think about that. And a big reason is we have more and more single gene disorders, right, getting uncovered, and you have a lot of professional advocates who then dive into trying to find a cure. So I think it's I titled my my presentation "The Revolution," right? It's a patient-led revolution. I see that happening everywhere, and the advocates I'm meeting are incredible. There are advocates that have been so hugely successful in their own personal careers, and now we're jumping into this space, and they're the ones that are innovating and thinking of new ideas, right? So I do believe in the power of patient-led. Buffalo Initiative is trying to fund these organizations, treating PAGs like actual companies and funding them like actual companies to develop drugs. So it's a movement that I'm definitely seeing.
Great. And last question is, if you could wave your wand and wake up 20 years from now, what would the rare disease landscape look like? In a short, snippy sentence.
That's so easy for me. There's newborn screening. If you have, there's pervasive newborn screening. Every human being knows if they have a devastating genetic issue, and it gets corrected by CRISPR at the time of birth. End of story. That's it.
Fantastic.
Okay.
Well, thank you so much, Nasha.
Yeah, thank
Everyone,
you.
please join me in thanking Nasha.
Thank you. Thanks.
Next up, I'm going to bring up Stephen Collins to moderate our first panel of the day, which is on the discovery and diagnosis of rare neurological diseases. And our panelists for that session, if you can come on up too, that'd be great.
All right, well, while they're getting this ready, Nasha, wherever you went. I'm right here. Thank you. It was so interesting. I realized it's not exactly like is that what you would have originally wanted to be doing? But the FOXG1 community is so lucky to have you doing what you're doing. I mean, we've done a number of programs focused on rare disease and different things, and the way that you've organized and sort of architected a holistic approach to just trying to deal with it is, I haven't heard that comprehensive of an approach before. So congratulations and thank you for what you're doing. And also really appreciated your comment about the word patient, which I never actually really thought about. So anyway, all right, I think we're ready to go. Thank you. Welcome to our panelists. We have a group of experts and thought leaders from different perspectives. And so I'll ask just briefly each of them to introduce themselves and just give you a sense, and then we'll get into the questions. And just as a reminder, for those of you online, also in the room, there's QR code here on the table. on the screen if you're watching online, if you want to ask questions, and I will sort of weave those in as we go through the conversation. So Dr. Caceres, why don't we start with you for a quick introduction.
Thank you. I'm Tamar Caceres. I'm a pediatric neurologist and neurodevelopmental specialist. I work at Rush University Medical Center, and I spend part of my time working on diagnostic evaluations and clinical care for individuals with neurodevelopmental disorders and rare neurogenetic pediatric conditions, and I spend the other half of my time in clinical research and translational medicine working on clinical trials and ongoing research in rare neurogenetic conditions, pediatric neurogenetic conditions. So we're involved in a number of clinical trials for various genetic disorders at various stages, from symptom management, natural history study, and disease-modifying therapies, ASO-targeted treatments, gene therapies at Rush University Medical Center.
Well, thanks for being here. Dr. Buchanan.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Buchanan. I've been a primary care provider here in Chicago for the last 25 years, and administrator in different networks of primary care centers. Most recently was at Oak Street Health as the chief clinical officer for 7 years, and then the chief innovation officer for healthcare delivery at CVS after CVS acquired Oak Street. And as of the last month, I'm now a member of Matter, incubating a new startup multi-specialty value-based care network of centers.
Joe.
Hi, everyone. I'm Joe Lindahl. I'm the CEO for Mission MSA. We are the patient advocacy and research foundation for those living with multiple system atrophy. Multiple system atrophy is an atypical Parkinsonism. It is how I describe the disease to the lay people is it's the intersection between Parkinson's disease and ALS. We are a rare disease. We estimate between 2 to 3 every 100,000 will have multiple system atrophy. Yeah, pleasure to be here.
And Joan.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Joan Winsenson. I used to say I'm with the organization Conquer Myasthenia Gravis. I'm retired, and I'm the patient person here. I've had myasthenia gravis, a rare neurological condition, for about 20, 25 years now.
All right, well, thank you all for joining. I want to start with sort of the diagnostic journey and why it is just so difficult to I think Casey's going to make sure that she doesn't fall over the way that I fell over. It's okay if I fall over. I guess it's not okay. Just why it is so hard to identify rare diseases early, what makes the sort of pathways more challenging. So Joan, why don't we start with you and just walk us through your journey. What was your experience, and how I think it's a good way to set the stage for how we think about the kind of journey to an accurate diagnosis.
Sure, thanks. Myasthenia gravis is a rare, for those of you who don't know, it's a rare neurological disease. It affects, the hallmark is fluctuating muscle weakness. It affects how your nerves communicate with your muscles. It disrupts that. It affects anything from your eyes, your limbs, and also could affect your swallowing, breathing, those things. So when I was about 41, I was driving the car late at night and noticed that one eyelid was drooping. And then I started noticing over the course of a month or two that it would occasionally happen. Then it started happening more often, generally at night when I was tired. I noticed it while I was driving because that's when I needed my eyesight. And, I would lift up my eyelid. An interesting I went to my optometrist and to get a new set of glasses, and I described this situation, this is kind of weird. And he looked at me and said, well, there's this rare thing, but it's so rare, it can't be that. So here's a trained person who's looking at me, and I'm telling him these symptoms, and he knows of it. And because I'm a zebra, he can't imagine that, that it's in front of him. Over time, then I went to my general practitioner. I had also developed some thyroid problems, so low thyroid. So he was able to diagnose that, and at the same time, he was able to, over the course of a couple visits, identify that I had myasthenia gravis. He sent me to a neurologist who did some testing. I don't have any blood markers for MG, but the neurologist at Loyola looked at me and said, well, if it looks like a duck and talks like a duck, we're going to treat it like a duck. And then, you know, after coming back on another visit, I had no symptoms. So we decided at that point, well, we're not going to go on, I will not go on meds. It wasn't until another 6 years, I mean, talk about fluctuating symptoms. It wasn't until another 6 years when they started to reoccur. And at that point, there was a cascade of symptoms with going on to the full-blown thing where I was in the hospital, had trouble breathing. One of the times I was in the hospital for breathing, another doctor looked at me and said, you know, we're pretty sure it's your MG. We're going to throw some more of the IVIG and the plasmapheresis and all the different medications that we're doing. And just on a whim, they decide, it seemed like a whim to me, we'll do a chest scan. And lo and behold, there were blood clots. So here I was, a zebra, and they were looking for zebra things, and it didn't occur to them at first to look for the ordinary main causes of significant breathing problems. So I find that interesting. And then, so that's a good enough description of that diagnosis.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much to take from them. I mean, often I hear people talk about how the most important thing is just raising awareness. But in your case, sounds like the very first healthcare professional you went to see knew about it, saw you, and still said, it's probably not the right thing.
Our human mind just doesn't, it's like, here's my frame of reference, and if you don't fit into it, it's really hard to turn that around. And,
I have more questions for you, but we'll go on so Joe, when it comes to MSA, what are the challenges that you hear most often from patients and families about their sort of journey to actually discover, get an accurate diagnosis?
Yeah, I think number one, you mentioned awareness. Most people have never heard of multiple system atrophy until they have to know about multiple system atrophy. And so I think generally what we hear, the diagnostic odyssey is a number of things, which you can probably imagine with a rare disease. I'm sure it's not a completely unique experience. A patient will experience some sort of innocuous symptom. Maybe they stumble once, or they're extra tired, or maybe they faint. They don't think much of it, but they will go see their PCP, and their PCP will say, I don't know exactly what this is. Let's do some additional testing. But let's go see a neurologist. So they'll go and see a neurologist, and the neurologist will do a clinical assessment. By that point, perhaps the symptoms have advanced a little bit, and they're like, you have Parkinson's disease. And so they will go through a drug regimen with carbidopa, levodopa. It will work for about a year, maybe less than. They'll up the dosage to the maximum amount. And at that point, that is the indicator of this is something else. So now we're already probably at about 2 years. Now they'll go see a movement disorder specialist, of which there are less than 700 at last count in the United States. So they have to wait probably at least 6 months to see a movement disorder specialist. The movement disorder specialist will then conduct more MSA-specific or atypical diagnostic criteria, clinical assessments. They'll see a scan, and then they'll get that diagnosis of MSA. At that point, give or take, we did an assessment with our patients. There, it's about 3 years. The average lifespan of MSA from symptom onset is 6 to 10. So our patient population is really dealing with an enormous time sensitivity issue of getting the right diagnosis. And so they are always constantly dealing with, this isn't right. This doesn't feel right. Like, that's literally what they tell their doctors. And that doesn't always go so far when you see a physician of, this doesn't feel right. And so I think for us, and I know we'll get into some of these pieces of trying to equip not only our patients, but also how do we indicate and provide digestible content to burnt out physicians of, this is something you need to at least be aware of, and how to expedite that timeline. That's really where it would mean a world to our patient population, and obviously that would mean a significant amount in terms of how we can then pilot out and test potential drug therapies.
And is there often a way to skip that Parkinson's diagnosis, or is that just sort of like the differential, it's just not clear enough?
Right, it's a clinical assessment, right? So this is completely up to the physician and the neurologist's assessment. Occasionally, yes. I've heard of one case of a patient, her husband had MSA, she lives in rural Indiana, and her PCP accurately diagnosed of MSA. I've never heard of that. It's like winning the lottery, I think.
Yeah, should give that doctor an award.
Yeah, in many cases. I think the other thing we heard often from patients is the best way that they can feel connected and a sense of relief is, obviously they can go to movement disorder specialists all the time, but a PCP that is willing to learn, a physician that's willing to learn or relearn something to support even a single patient that they see, can make an incredible quality of life improvement.
Well, speaking of PCPs, David, so when you see someone, presumably you have seen patients that you have suspected have some sort of a rare neurological disorder, or have at least suspected that this person has something that's beyond my training. What do you do?
Yeah, thank you for those stories. I would start by just maybe describing the diagnostic process that clinicians go through. How are diagnoses made, not just by primary care physicians, but all clinicians? And really, every clinician, and I think even people that are not clinicians, have mental maps that describe stories that are a combination of symptoms, ways people describe things, radiology results, lab results, that will fit into a picture of what a certain diagnosis is. And I would say that, every clinician nobody has a mental model that includes every diagnosis that's ever been made. They include a certain subset of those diagnoses. Interestingly, primary care providers and generalists in general have the largest and most complex mental models, because they, like when I'm in clinic, I diagnose podiatry conditions and orthopedic conditions and neurologic conditions and endocrine conditions and cardiology conditions. And so there's a lot in there, but also not a lot of rare conditions. I mean, probably none, or a very small subset. And so I think that the challenge is that in order to expand the mental model to include new diagnoses, you need to see a lot of patients with that condition, which is almost going to exclude rare conditions in general for a primary care or a generalist. You need to have a lot of information about those patients. If you just see them for 5 minutes, you don't really get it. But if you spend a lot of time with them and you get to see how they walk and how they talk and how they experience life, how they describe their symptoms, review their charts, and do that over and over again, that's what really, gets someone to a high level of expertise in diagnosing that condition. And so those conditions are rarely met for a primary care provider. And so it is not surprising that often these stories, rarely end with the PCP. It's awesome. We should celebrate the person who told that story, who made that diagnosis. But, I think that's sort of like the bad news, which probably not surprising entirely to hear. The good news is that there are ways, I think, to get past that. Number one, I think great clinicians, even if they don't have the ability, because their mental map does not include that condition, they can still try to get the patient to the person who has a mental map that doesn't include the podiatry, it doesn't include the cardiology, but it has much more depth and nuance in a particular area, and get them to that person. One of the things that I know but is sometimes not always clear to patients that are trying to go through this journey is, just like I said, generalists have the biggest mental maps of different conditions. Often it's not the most extremely subspecialized person in a field that actually has the biggest mental model in neurology. It's someone who's more of a generalist neurologist who focuses on new diagnoses, who does consultations with patients in the hospital or in the clinic, and is as opposed to someone who is so subspecialized that they only focus in one neurologic condition, and they actually have less exposure and have a less nuanced mental map. So part of it is not only getting, for the PCP, identifying the right specialty, which, that alone, if it's something like weakness, I mean, it could be an orthopedic thing, it could be neurologic, it could be endocrine, it could be, a social issue. It could be a lot of things. You have to identify the category, but then also interact with the specialist, not just hand off to the general specialty, but to someone who's particularly expert in the diagnostic process. The last thing I would say is that, the whole thing I talked about with the mental model and pattern recognition, I'm sure a lot of folks in the room would recognize that that's exactly how people describe the development of AI models. And so already I have taken patients' charts, de-identified them, fed them into, ChatGPT, and gotten a longer differential diagnosis that includes more things than what I was thinking about. I might think this is one of these 5 conditions, and it comes up with 10. And maybe some of those 10 I don't know much about. But certainly if I was that primary care provider who made the great and rare diagnosis, if it's something that pops up in there, it at least gives me the opportunity to think about it. We all know that ChatGPT does not always get all the answers right. There's a lot of crazy stuff that comes out of there sometimes. If you ever ask it to do a biography of yourself, you'll find some interesting things pop up that sound almost right, but are totally inaccurate. But nonetheless, the beginning of the diagnostic process is more about getting a longer list, how to push the outer edge of that mental model, than it is about getting, saying, tell me exactly what this thing is, and having it get it right. So I think that AI is going to really help this a lot. I think, thank you, Nasha, for your remarks, and hearing about citizen health. I think things like that can sort of present more information to AI models will make those way better, because the truth is, my notes and other primary care providers' notes in the clinic, most of them have very little useful information. I mean, how many people have looked at their own notes and said, what are they? This wasn't me, that's not what I said, this isn't. So if you feed that into an AI model and then make the diagnosis, be like, well, that isn't even right, so how's it going to get it right? I'll leave it with one last thing, which I think is really going to be potentially revolutionary, which is, for the first time in my career, when I see a patient, now we have a microphone in the room, and we record the entire patient encounter. And it doesn't include video, it doesn't include, other information on what's happening in their home and things like that all the time. But it does include the exact description of what the patient said. I loved, Joan, when you were describing, I was at night, I was driving the car, I was tired, and I had to physically lift up my eyelids. I mean, that is a very rich story. That's not just saying, I have weakness, and to sort of have it recorded there. Right now, we just use it to write our notes. And the notes are way better, I can tell you. Much more accurate notes, so that's good. But even better to have that audio and to record that and use that to feed the models. Because then at that point, not only does the AI have all the diagnoses of the universe and a much bigger set of patients than I could ever see myself, but also can have actual rich information to do the matching, which right now is not available to those models. So that's my perspective as a primary care provider and also kind of someone who's thinking about the future where this is going.
I mean, we're going to have to come back to AI tomorrow. I want to ask you a question first, but we're going to have to come back to that. And I wonder, if we sit here 2 years from now and have this, I would imagine it's a completely different conversation, or, well, I hope it's a completely different conversation. It may or may not be. And one of the things we'll talk about in a little later is what can sort of speed up that process and how we do it in the most effective way. But Tamar, I want to, you're a pediatric neurologist, so you just heard David talk about from, I think, more adult diagnoses, but obviously a lot of these, a lot of rare conditions neurological conditions will present in pediatrics. And wondering, is it, is everything exactly the same in pediatrics? Are there significant differences in how conditions present and what that journey looks like that are important to understand in the realm of pediatrics?
Yeah, so in pediatric neurology and in rare neurological diseases that have pediatric presentation, I think there are a lot of different considerations. Some conditions will present with features at birth or early on in life. Some will have more obvious symptoms as an individual gets older because there are expected developmental milestones that we expect an individual to reach at predicted times throughout childhood, and we don't always know that they aren't going to meet them until they don't meet them. So while a baby may have low tone or seizures or other non-neurologic features of a condition, other organ involvement at birth, they may not, and a provider may not be aware of symptoms until a parent raises concern. I don't think they're moving as much as my other baby. I don't think, they have as good head control as a prior baby. Maybe they don't have a prior sibling to compare to, and so maybe they don't know that it's not normal, that, their child at 6 months, at 9 months isn't making milestones that we would expect them to make. Many rare pediatric onset or neurogenetic conditions have a very similar symptom presentation with low tone, with features of epilepsy, with movement disorders, with other involvement of other non-neurologic systems. They can have different presentation in terms of timing. So you can have a neonatal presentation. You can have a presentation at any time later on in childhood. You can have very similar symptoms to other conditions, and the same condition can present with different features. So there's a process of not only accurately describing and diagnosing the clinical symptoms. Does the individual have global developmental delay? Do they have hypotonia? Do they have infantile spasms? Do they have other seizures? And working toward treatment of those features. Are they on the right medications? Are they connected with early intervention? Are they getting developmental therapies? In addition to looking at their combination of symptoms, global developmental delay, autism spectrum disorder, and thinking about the underlying etiologic cause, and then exploring genetic testing or other testing in terms of biomarkers. Then you have individuals who have features of a rare condition, but they don't have biomarkers or a identifiable genetic diagnosis. There are individuals that have genetic testing, and not all genetic testing is equal. You can have one test and it doesn't pick up on other specific things. So we have hundreds of single gene disorders that wouldn't be picked up on a chromosomal microarray. They wouldn't be picked up on specific genetic tests. So when somebody says, oh, I had genetic testing done and it was normal, well, what was the genetic testing? There's limitation to our interpretation of the results. Did they have exome sequencing? Did it show a variant that somebody said was a variant of uncertain significance, but somebody who has some experience in that area may interpret it as relevant?
So, Joan and Joe, I'd also love your perspective on this. You've heard the two doctors sort of talk about, it's like from their side of the proverbial table. And Joan, you talked about zebras, and it's something that I've heard. I didn't go to med school, but people who go through med school are like, don't assume it's a zebra. Look for a horse. Don't look for a zebra. It's like part of medical training. And you wouldn't want a doctor to all of a sudden jump to the scariest, most rare, untreatable, if that's the case, condition. But at the same time, you don't want them to miss things because the journey is terrible from the patient perspective. So if you had to give some advice to providers as to how to just what to do, how to navigate it. I'm sure you've given this a bit of thought. And then Joe, I'd love your perspective also.
Sure. Okay, I'm going to tell you guys what you should do, as if. I'm going to hit on a couple things you actually said. For one thing, Joe, you said time. As a patient, I want you to fight for time with me. You need time. I had thyroid stuff. I was overweight by 20 pounds. I was having fluctuating stuff. My symptoms that I had at night didn't show in the morning when I came to see doctors. So fight for time. The other thing I would say is, as you said, I'm going to forget that, as Dr. Tamar, or as
Dr. Caceres, Tamar.
Tamar said, we're complicated. And untangling those pieces is such a challenge. I think one thing I would ask is, when you see us, give us guidance for how to talk to you. There are things that matter to me, but I'm tired, I'm this, I'm that. But if you can, teach me the words to talk to the next doctor, so that I can be as concise and descriptive as possible. Teach me to be concise, and use that small amount of time that I have. There was one other thing let's see, or why I bring paper all the time. And I also would say, encourage me to use patient groups as a resource, because the things that get stirred up in there, sometimes they're controversial or off track, but other times they're, I hear another person, and I get validation, but I also know what to do the next time.
I think Joan did a wonderful job. I don't have too much to add. I do think MSA is such a difficult diagnosis, and I think we absolutely recognize it because it's such a heterogeneous disease as well. It can range from age, severity, progression. We have, there was a woman I met a couple weeks ago who's 72 years old, has been living with MSA for 10 years, is not in a walker. I've also met a gentleman who was running up an Ironman, winning his age category, and in 1 year he's in a wheelchair. It's a difficult diagnosis for a lot of reasons. And so I think what we often hear from our patients is just, are you listening? Because you don't know it's important until it's important in many instances. So are you listening? Can you tell me what the next step is? Can you tell me what the tests are? Can you tell me, like you said, Joan, what's the language I should be using if this is a referral? And the patient advocacy groups, I think are incredibly important, because if you even have a probable or premotor prodromal diagnosis of an atypical Parkinsonism, immediately they are looking for answers, and all these acronyms are coming at them. They're like, I have no idea what this means. None of this is good. But who do I go to and talk to who's actually gone through a lived experience? Who has gone through these challenges? Who can help me, even just from almost a therapeutic to an action planning purposes? I think we are a really good hub for that, as well as we can then provide them, after they do receive a diagnosis, of what's next. Because they're always looking, I think, for what's next and how can they give back? How can they get involved in clinical trials? That's one of the number one things we hear is, we didn't know about this clinical trial until we heard it from Mission MSA. 75% of the respondents says the only way they know about clinical trials is through groups like ours. It's not through their neurologists, it's not through their movement disorder specialists, it's through us. So I do think there's a significant advantage to making sure that they know these resources are available.
I'll ask the two doctors a similar version of the question, which is, what do you wish you had available? Whether it's different diagnostic instruments or tests, whether it's sort of systemically changes that would allow you to more easily spend more time with patients? Is it different tools? Is it data? David, I'll start with you. What do you wish you? Is just better version of ChatGPT and that would solve everything?
Mostly that's it. Just kidding. I mean, part of the reason I went to work at Oak Street in this new company is that we, have smaller panels and longer appointments and things like that. I mean, honestly, pretty much all the primary care providers in the country will quit if we don't solve that. So there are folks that are working on that, but I agree. If you don't have time to actually listen to the story, you're never going to make a diagnosis because, the best diagnosticians you'll see in any kind of setting are ones who are mostly quiet and just let the person talk, and then you hear a story like the driving at night and the holding your eyelids up, and you're like, oh, at that point, frankly, it's like, okay, this is it. I mean, you probably don't need any other information at that point. But if you don't let the person tell the story, and you don't get it, good luck. You can do a lot of lab tests trying to sort out all the possibilities without that story. So I think that, in terms of helping providers, the other thing that's interesting that for all the investment and growth in healthcare that we've lost, besides maybe more time with your PCP, is more conversations between PCPs and specialists that are live conversations. So one of the things that I always hear patients ask for is they say, I wish my doctors would talk to each other. And we kind of like half laugh because it's sort of like, that sounds so like such a reasonable request. And yet, I mean, I kind of half laugh because I know all the sort of bureaucracy of medicine and why that doesn't happen. I mean, literally, one of the things we're trying to work on in this new company is that normally if there are two doctors in the same patient visit, they cannot both bill for that visit. That would be like Medicare fraud. So like literally the bureaucracy of healthcare forces the conversations to be separated in order for the billing to occur. Now, thankfully, in value-based care, we can just say, well, we're just not going to bill for it anyway, and we're going to get paid through another mechanism. So we're going to actually have, like in this new company, live PCP, patient, and specialist conversations, because it's kind of funny to hear, like, well, teach me how to talk to the specialist. I'm like, maybe the PCP should just tell the specialist, because they actually spent 20 minutes or whatever listening to you. They know how to digest that into clinical language. And they could, if I'm doing a curb consult with a specialist in the hallway, I can convey what a patient said in 20 minutes in 30 seconds and kind of like, boil it down to the one story about the driving at night and they're like, okay, got it. This is myasthenia gravis, and skip kind of the other parts of the story that maybe were less relevant. And so I think that's just something, honestly, to solve for the health system is how do you generate more live PCP specialist conversations, which would help on all sides and make it more efficient. But, there are literally payment mechanisms that prevent it currently. So, working all the way from the policy level to break down those policy, bureaucratic barriers to changing the operations of health systems so those live conversations occur, I think is part of the answer.
So when you were practicing outside of Oak Street Health in what I guess a normal system construct, did you view your part of your role as essentially like helping coordinate the journey with the specialist? And I say we've also done a number of sort of explorations of referral management and how that happens. And the story that you said about, or the concept of, the PCP is not really talking to the specialist is something, we've just heard that over and over and over again. And from the perspective of the primary care physician, half the time the patients don't, it's 40%, they don't even actually go to the referral. But then listening to the specialists talk was just as interesting, because they're like, most of the time we don't get anything. Like there's, like if we're on the same system, we can go in, dig through the notes. Right. I don't know what percentage of them are actually going to do that, but there's not that discussion and that conversation on a habitual basis. And so what do you, like, it sounds like at Oak Street Health, you sort of architected a model that allowed for that in a different way. But what about outside of that? Is that a role that you and other colleagues you've seen take the initiative to do that, or does it really require that systemic change in order to make it happen?
That's a big question. So I think a couple of responses. At Oak Street, part of the inspiration for this new company I'm starting was at Oak Street, we bought a company called Rubicon MD that did asynchronous specialist consults. And the thing that was incredible was we went from sending a patient to a specialist, quote unquote, and like you said, actually half of the patients didn't go at all. So, it was kind of like a piece of paper and triggering a bureaucratic mechanism, and no care was provided. And then when it was provided, sometimes it would take months, for the person to get in. And then they had no information, so they would do kind of a not as good a job. So with Rubicon, we could send questions to specialists, and they could have access to not the entire chart, sadly, but like a set of information to review. And they would get the responses back with, a median response was less than 4 hours. So typically, if I saw the patient in the morning, that same day, I would get the response back from the specialist, which was, dramatically improved bidirectional communication. I could also send follow-up questions, and we could have a dialogue to try to. And so I saw the benefits of that, and we saw that it both reduced external spending on specialist care and also kind of rapidly advanced the diagnostic process for conditions that this PCP may not know. So I think that was a huge success. And I also learned from using that for many years and helping design the systems for it that, asynchronous communication is not as good as live communication. So, even that, which was probably like, as close to a gold standard as you could get in a kind of independent primary care practice, wasn't as good as having live conversations and having the full set of information that like Citizens Health is putting together. Because often it was like, I attach a couple files, send it off, but like, what am I not attaching? Because I'm either too busy or because I don't even recognize that it's important or that kind of thing. So I think we can kind of increase the volume of information, make live communication, and then obviously like when you do get a chart that has 1,000 pages in it, which sometimes happens, using AI to summarize it, because it's impossible to, unless you're given an entire day to do that. And even if you did, it'd be a boring day. So let's speed it up and make it more effective.
So, Dr. Caceres, you are a specialist. What does it look like from your point of view, both in terms of that referral from the pediatrician dynamic? Do you feel like your perspective on that, and also, what would be helpful? Is it diagnostic systems, tools, data, more time? If you could change the world tomorrow, what would you do?
Yeah, I think that, a lot of things that have been raised are this process of the referral, the time it takes to get in, being able to make it to the appointment, but then also the access to the medical records that, sometimes now we have Care Everywhere, which has some searchable features, but it's difficult to be able to often have access to prior records that could be relevant, especially imaging records, especially genetic testing records, without going through a process of getting medical releases, and or the individual has to figure out how to get a CD, and you just don't have access to those records that would be helpful as part of the evaluation. That's if they get to you and come to the visit. So if they're given a 2-year wait and referred to 4 different specialists, a lot of things happen in those 2 years for the individual. Their schedule changes and other things happen. And so, they may not make it to the visit. And if you did have time to prepare in advance, but then they don't come to the visit, then that just sort of dissolves if you never are able to see the patient. So, opportunities for things like echo platforms to connect, primary care individuals with specialists, increased access to telehealth and financial reimbursement for telehealth so that there is access to specialists, and geography isn't necessarily a barrier. There's a significant, there are significant socioeconomic and cultural disparities in terms of access to care based on language, access to developmental testing, neuropsychological testing for individuals who are non-English speaking. So we add on to an already significantly long wait list for individuals that may not have parent advocates who are in a position to understand the process of trying to navigate the system. Improved connections between early intervention teams and school teams so that they can also, collaborate with clinicians or refer to clinicians as part of medical diagnostic processes. More genetic counselors and geneticists and individuals who, have the training and interest and who are going into these fields. I know it will be a discussion as part of the panel later in terms of pathways toward treatment, but in traditional medical training, there is not a lot of training on building infrastructure for running clinical trials, and especially in these rare pediatric neurogenetic disorders where they require specific infusions and specific things that just aren't typically part of medical training. And so paths to build sustainability and processes to build that infrastructure within pediatric neurology.
And who gets to your office? And are they, when you see a kid, are the kids you're seeing, is it the families that have taken the initiatives to find you and set it up? Is it mostly referrals from pediatricians? Is it how do they get to you, and then what happens?
I may not be representative of other pediatric neurologists and neurodevelopmental pediatricians, but I see a mix of patients. So I see patients who are referred for an evaluation of developmental delay or autism spectrum disorder or hypotonia, and I do that initial workup and genetic testing and evaluation from as sort of the first specialist or clinician who has seen them. I also run a number of subspecialty clinics that are for rare neurogenetic conditions. And so those individuals already know that they have a diagnosis of Angelman syndrome or DDX3X syndrome, and they have been connected to us as a center of excellence typically from their patient advocacy organizations. So through their organization and connecting with other families, they have heard of our center as a center of excellence, and they have then reached out to our coordinators, or they are participating in clinical trials or things like that at our institution. So it definitely is a broad range. There are some individuals that are self-referring just based on their concern for their symptoms, and some individuals who are referred from the community by pediatricians or other providers.
Joe, your thoughts on this, just the whole kind of referral system and how it could be made better?
I don't know if I have a perfect answer. I do. So one of the things that we do as an organization to kind of ensure patients at least know where to go for multiple system atrophy care is the Centers of Excellence program, of which Rush is one. We have 31 throughout the country, and it really is, the primary reason for this was just to say, these are places where you can go see someone who knows about the disease and can refer you to other providers that also know what the disease is. Speech pathologists, OT, PT, dietitians, because that disease is unique. It's not just, you can't just layer on top of Parkinson's. It is a unique disease. So we do have these centers of excellence piece, and for us, that's one thing that we could do as a patient advocacy organization. From a referral standpoint, I think it's a really tough thing, because one of the things that we know is many patients go to movement disorder specialists that have Parkinson's disease. When a Parkinson's diagnosis should be able to be seen by a neurologist. A general neurologist should be able to diagnose and support the care of a patient with Parkinson's. Now, multiple system atrophy, perhaps not so much, and our disease is so much more rapid. So when we think about the timeline and the queue, as it were, to get to see these folks that really should be seeing rare, highly sensitive, difficult patient cases, what we need to figure out, or what we're starting to work with Parkinson's groups on, is how do we kind of help distribute patient loads? How do we identify, like, hey, maybe this is something, maybe this looks more like Parkinson's, has not been absolutely established, but this case is looking like an atypical case. They absolutely need to go and see so-and-so at Rush University. So for us as a patient advocacy organization, that's kind of what we are looking at, of how can we support that with some action items. We understand the referrals are an incredible challenge, and the wait lines in particular, which I've already covered, our general diagnostic odyssey is just an immense challenge, which I think needs, a lot of people at the table. Like, we as patient advocacy organizations always say, if we're not at the table, then it's really not for us. But I also think the inverse of that is true. Like, we always want to provide education to PCPs, neurologists. We need to make sure that they're at the table as well for this kind of discussion, because what we want and we need and we know needs to happen might not always be obvious for those that are going through this journey. It's a difficult thing to look through two lenses at the same time when you're staring at a diagnosis that's going to take your life or your loved one's life. So I think it is a multi-pronged conversation that we have to bring all stakeholders to.
Joan, I want to ask a question and then this is a question from the audience, and then get other people's perspectives, and then talk a little bit about AI, because we've talked a little bit about it, but I feel like we should dig into that a little bit more. But, Joan, what advice would you have for caregivers on, or patients themselves, but on how to advocate for themselves and push back when you feel like you're just not being heard? And that's also something that we've heard over and over. Also in outside of rare conditions, but it's even more sort of acute here. So what do you say to folks? What would you say to folks?
Two things come to mind. And one is track your symptoms. When people would call in, and for myself, track your symptoms, put dates to it, so that you have specifics and you can walk in with a concise bit of information. I also think I'll just put a plug in for people that don't get heard. I can't tell you how many women we talk to specifically that I'm tired, the fatigue thing just was not listened to. People who are overweight, that is deeply connected to a lot of autoimmune diseases like I have. And they're discredited, and because, there's something about what you're doing or eating or lifestyle that's your problem. It's not an answer, but it's just raising a flag on that.
Joe or somebody else, what should they do? So they feel like they're not being listened to. This happens every day. So.
It does. When we talk to a lot of patients that got a more expedient diagnosis, it's because they had an advocate, either the patient or their care partner, who was just going to keep going. Like, so many of our patients and our families, they know so much about the disease because they spent years researching every single thing they can possibly learn about MSA. They go to clinicaltrials.gov, they look up, it's like they take their own mini crash course on every single, so that they can bring terminology that will be downloaded into a physician's mind more easily. Because sometimes when we just say things like, it's easy to discredit. One of the things that we've done is we have a section in a book around dysautonomia, and what we took was, here's the layperson experience and what it means, here's the medical jargon. So that way it has a citation, so it's not seen as just, she's just having an episode or she doesn't know what she's talking about. No, there's actual evidence to subscribe of this is a real potential symptom of X, Y, or Z. So I think there are certainly resources that patient advocacy groups should create, but I think it's a really I don't know if there's a master solution here, but it is true that most of us as patients are not programmed to question our doctors. I mean, we just say, oh, that makes sense. Like, I know I traditionally don't. I'm like, whatever he or she says, that's probably right. Maybe they're right. Maybe I'll wait 6 months and then come back and maybe. But it's the patients that are saying, no, I know 1,000% in my heart that this is not right. And that is just a personal quality. It is not something that we can always translate to the introverts, for example. So I don't know if I have a great answer yet, but those kinds of tools that we're trying to create to give them a better sense and foundation to make their case heard is something we're trying to do at Mission MSA.
What about a couple? I can't remember who brought it up. A couple times, we've talked about medical records and sort of what's in them and the challenges. You get to the specialist and they don't have the right information per se. Patients don't really control that data in any way. Is that from Joan or Joe? Is that a thing that has come up? Like, well, if only the patients were the ones responsible for their medical records, they could be in a better position to advocate. Or if they had more data, they had more of that perspective of what the doctors were seeing, that could help empower them. Or is that not really a part of the conversation?
Yeah, actually, that came up in a kind of a recent conversation, like an impromptu patient forum we had, and it was talking about medical records. And generally speaking, our patients are between the age of 50 to 80, and so technology is not generally the strong suit for them, but they do know they can log in, they can look at their records. But what they would love to see is a little bit more of an explanation of what does this mean. Some institutions actually do allow patients to input notes into their own records, I'm learning. And I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing without any kind of instruction, but I do know that patients are looking at this as a tool to track their own disease progression and say, how have I progressed? And I don't know if just a general EHR portal is the best way to do it, but it does speak to the fact that they want to take more ownership of their journey, because they want to say, in 6 months, have my tremors gotten worse? How many times have I fallen? Have I told my doctor? What has my doctor said about it? They want that level of engagement in detail so that they have a sense that I can see progress no matter what. So I do think from a patient and care partner's perspective, more transparency is an incredibly powerful tool for them to feel more confident about where they are.
I would add, I've heard patient conversations about medical records coming up just within the past couple of years about people being to access more of their information, and they're frustrated that they feel the doctors are much more careful about what they put in and skinny it down so as not to get in trouble or not to add things that are just off topic or off color, or they have less. I'm not sure they have 100% confidence in what's in their records.
And I don't think they know how portable they should or should not be. Mm-hmm. I have patients printing out their MRI scans and bringing them to a physician to get a third opinion. I don't think they fully understand that they should have the ability to send their records, that there is legislation that I don't know how less it has been influenced or actually executed, but they don't really fully understand how much control they can have as well.
All right, Tamar, all of this issue, the process from when there's some sort of symptom onset to an accurate diagnosis seems like a problem that is just going to be solved for us by artificial intelligence. David talked about ChatGPT. But I would love your perspective, because you're a specialist. You've been exploring the nuances of different conditions for years and years and years, and presumably it's not so simple for a computer to figure it all out. So where do you see the role of these kind of AI-enabled diagnostic tools and solutions? Do you see them kind of completely taking over the process of diagnosis in like 2 years, or is that like 100 years from now?
So I certainly think that there's increasing value in the role of AI and AI strategies, right? On the genetic interpretation side of things, right? AI is being widely utilized for sequencing large, volumes of genetic material, and there's of course a huge value in that, paired with also some, clinical evaluation of the significance of that finding. But absolutely, I think that we are at a point where we should be harnessing those tools to have a broader scope. Like we've reviewed, many different conditions have the same or variable presentation, and the same condition can have variable presentation with different types of symptoms. And so being able to have that we as humans can't think of everything all at the same time, and we only have a certain, and many of us operate within a certain lens, right? So if you go see a neuromuscular doctor, they might not think of the things that aren't necessarily neuromuscular. And having that ability to have some support in thinking about things, I think has huge value. I also think that there's definitely value on the management side of things, right? There are treatable conditions. There are conditions that are currently being evaluated for treatment or being studied. And so being able to use systems to connect people with who they should be talking to and to know what's available, connecting with other families, I think that there's opportunity to build that into other technology platforms. There are strategies that people have used to look at physical features of individuals and try to use that to analyze, how it might be related to underlying genetic diagnoses. A huge progress in terms of communication strategies for individuals who, from thinking about from a treatment side of things and a therapeutic side of things. So I absolutely think it has a role. I think that there is a barrier so far in matching the sort of subspecialty experts with the use of those tools, right? I wouldn't say that I am an expert in terms of knowing how to use, ChatGPT or Treatable ID or Face2Gene or any of the other sort of tools that have been created to help me.
You've mentioned genetic testing a few times in the course of this conversation. What if every newborn had a whole genome sequence, and what would the impact of that be?
Yeah, so we've outpaced our scientific knowledge and interpretation abilities with our technology to be able to sequence. So we can do whole genome sequencing, we can do whole exome sequencing, but then there is still some limitation in our ability to interpret those results. As we are trying to identify more and more conditions that have targetable interventions, genetic corrective therapies, we are running into barriers across states. Newborn screening are state-run programming. We are running into ethical considerations where we are identifying things in extremely premature babies, and there is a process of trying to figure out when might somebody be stable for a treatment. So for example, if a extremely premature baby is born with SMA and they don't have features of SMA yet, at what point in their trajectory can you work toward trying to arrange thousands and thousands of dollars of treatment for this condition when they aren't yet stable enough to receive that medication and it wasn't studied in extremely premature infants? Is that safe to give or not? And so yes, I think we're moving toward a age of increasing genetic testing. It is increasingly accessible, increasingly covered by insurance, but there are still significant barriers. There are also, our clinical guidelines are already significantly outdated, right? So standard of care recommendation for genetic testing for autism spectrum disorder is chromosomal microarray and Fragile X. That already is incredibly outdated. But if the primary care physician is able to get that, it's still a win, because often they aren't even able to get the genetic testing because the family isn't able to go for the test, or there's some other barrier. But still that recommendation is already outdated, because we've already found that the yield of exome is so much higher than that testing. So I don't have a specific answer that, but I think that we are moving toward increased access, and I think that there's definitely a role for AI's support in interpreting those complex results that we're getting. A word about access to care, we also, access to sort of your own medical chart. We also have situations where families are finding out about their rare neurologic condition just because it pops up in their lab, and then they can't reach a provider. They can't reach anybody to review that finding with them that is disclosing that they have a horrible rare neurologic disease, and they just find it in their lab, in their my chart. And so how do we address that? How do we help in that journey? Because that isn't how I would prefer to find out if I had a rare neurologic disease.
Can you so they're not? I mean, sometimes the stuff that when I look at my chart, it's sort of impenetrable. As I did not go to medical school, and so. But what you're saying is there's actually a diagnosis that shows up in there of a rare neurological condition that hasn't been, it's not part of a conversation with a physician. It's just something that pops up on a...
It could, if they had access to a genetic report and perhaps the clinician hadn't yet contacted them to update them about the results of the genetic report, or other, markers, antibody markers, other things that could pop up as a lab that you're able to see in your medical record, and you might see that before the clinician sees it, or before the clinician or genetic counselor or somebody has reached out to you or reached you. Maybe they've reached out, but they've reached you to review those results.
Yeah.
That has happened several times for our patients. So there's no such thing as a full confirmatory diagnosis for MSA. It can only be done post-mortem, but you will get clinically established, clinically probable, and that's what will show up in your charts. And we've had several patients say, that's how I found out. Like, can you imagine finding out you have MSA from your MyChart, and no one has, they couldn't get a hold of their provider, they couldn't talk to anybody? It does happen.
Yeah, I cannot imagine that. David, you talked about ChatGPT and your use of it. It was nice that you said de-identified. Also heard plenty from physicians or read stuff from physicians where they're not even doing that. They're just literally copying and pasting from medical record into ChatGPT. But so outside of that, you mentioned Rubicon, which I don't think it's a technology solution as much as it is a referral as a specialist network. But are there technologies that you have seen that where you've been like, wow, that's really useful, whether on a narrow basis or a widespread basis, or where you've seen something and said, wow, that could be really useful if blah, 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 blah were to happen?
I mean, there's a lot. I do think that AI has a lot of promise, and at the same time, it's in its infancy now. I mean, and a lot of, I think it struck me what you said, Tamara, but that like, okay, there are these like tools that are emerging, and actually like a lot of them are not emerging from traditional healthcare. They're kind of from the technology world. And then, like where do you bring these worlds together? Like, even if I do de-identify the information, and being at CVS Health, we had all these fancy technology platforms where we could have, AI models that were separated from the internet and wouldn't, the information wouldn't flow back out into the company's hands and things like that. That's not typically available, and so just even figuring out how to navigate this, number one, but also, training clinicians to not just be fearful of jumping in and using the tools, but also understanding them, because, as I use them more and more, I know to use them like a lot and to not trust what they're saying. You know, which is a funny thing. Like, why would you want to lean on something that's unreliable? Well, it's because it like instantly brainstorms stuff that I wouldn't think about, and can kind of broaden the aperture of what I'm thinking about, and produce a lot of information and summarize things rapidly. And then it's my job to then take the lead at that point and say, oh, actually this is wrong, or you summarize this, but this actually isn't even true from the information. But guess what? These three pieces together really are starting to put together a pattern of what I think is going on, and I got that done way faster than I would have otherwise. And so it's like, how do we bring together the technology stuff, which, you know, like what is the intersection between HIPAA and, you know, AI for clinicians? I don't know. Does anyone know that? I don't think so. Other than like, just don't do it, you know. That can't be the answer. So to kind of bring these things together, give permission and kind of dialogue between the technology folks and the clinicians to kind of figure out how to solve these things in ways that don't expose people's private information, you know, in ways that are inappropriate, but also to train the models so we can leverage it, so we can make the diagnoses earlier and we can do it cheaper. And, you know, it feels like right now we're just at this moment where, you know, all this stuff's happening at once, but it's definitely siloed, definitely not, you know, conversations that need to occur in order for it to move fast, which is part of why I love the fact we're having this conversation, because, you know, it feels like this sort of innovation, you know, technology startup space is a place where this stuff can start to come together and push the envelope for the rest of the stakeholder, you know, parts of the systems.
So you look at, you want to say, we got to wrap this up, but Tamar, I'll give you the last word on this.
Oh, I was just going to share an anecdote that I learned about open evidence, which is a clinical chat GPT, last week. Like, I'm a relatively young clinician. I learned about it from one of my medical students. Like, there just needs to be a better system to continue to encourage us to use new strategies, right? Many of us practice the same way that we are trained by our mentors, and then that's it. That's how we practice, and we train our, you know, mentees the same way. But there needs to be push toward continuing to move forward.
So I will say thank you. I'll also say, you know, we often in these conversations are like digging into all the problems in healthcare, of which there are an infinite number. I would also say I'm quite sure that you two are doing incredible work with patients, and you two in the advocacy organizations that you run and used to run, and so healthcare is not all you know, mud and rocks and things. And we heard from Nasha earlier about the amazing what she's been able to do. So thank you very much for the insights. I'm going to invite my colleague Casey to come back up.
We're still going to do audience questions.
Oh, I did, but okay.
Oh, you did that?
Yes.
Oh, okay, great.
So Casey's going to come up, and we're going to have 3 of the startups who participated in the cohort who are innovating in this space of the diagnostic journey, and we're going to hear from them. So thank you very much. Let's give them a round of applause.
Stephen was so smooth, he incorporated the audience questions right into the panel. Awesome. Hi, everyone. Okay, this is our last session before lunch, so I hope you're all hungry. Like I said earlier, for the past 3 months, I've had the pleasure of working closely with the 5 startups in the Accelerating Brain Health Innovation cohort. We're joined by 3 of them today that are coming at the challenge of discovering and diagnosing rare neurological diseases from very different angles. So we're excited to bring some of their work and insights to life in this session. So with that, let's start with a quick round of introductions. Let's go down the line and have each of you give a high-level intro of yourself and tell us a little bit about your startup and the work that you're doing. Go ahead, Avantika.
Hi everyone, my name's Avantika. I'm a neuroscientist working at Mission MD, where we're leveraging the latest advances in virtual reality, artificial intelligence, and infrared eye tracking for non-invasive measurement of eye function for earlier diagnosis of neurological diseases.
Hi everyone, I'm so glad to be here. I'm Claudia Pereira. I'm a project manager at Seventic Health. We are actually a Polish medtech company, but we also have operations in Canada, Brazil, where I'm come from, Colombia. I'm probably missing some countries right now, but anyways, we are a global medtech company, and we develop AI-based algorithms to help doctors, hospitals, and patients figure out the risk of rare diseases.
Hi, everybody. My name is Shadrach Igwe, founder of StarTracker. We are an AI-powered compliance operating system. We are developing tools to help patients track underlying symptoms.
Great. All right. So to start us off, kind of posing the question to all three of you, whoever wants to take it, we just heard from the previous panel really how hard it is for clinicians to distinguish rare neurological diseases from the more prevalent or common ones, especially when those symptoms overlap. So from your perspectives, what patterns or gaps have you observed in how these conditions are currently identified, and how might we start addressing those earlier or more accurately?
I can go. Okay. So I'm really happy that this was addressed by the panel, because that's one of the areas that we're working in. And what we're trying to leverage is eye movements, because it can be used as a means to distinguish. But while it sounds really simple, application has been hard. The problems of the PCP talking to the specialist and also talking to the patient, how does information flow from one center to another, billing, reimbursement, all of those are big issues. This is something we're learning alongside as well. And while the goal for us is to get care to the masses at that primary and secondary care level, it is really challenging because there's so much involved in the bureaucracy. And again, I'm really happy that this panel discussed all of the great points on how that information can be improved and dispersed among patients, but it is a challenge. And I think the more people talk about it, the more people know, because the assumption is healthcare can benefit everyone. There are all of these discoveries people see in the news as well, like CRISPR can cure rare conditions, and you think, yes, that's great. But from this back-end side, we're having a big issue of even just helping IT get on board with the cloud device and not get really scared about it. And that's the issue. We have a lot of innovation. There is a lot in the tech space, but getting that to the med space has been more challenging.
Just to add to what she said, as the previous panel said, discussed, when my wife was diagnosed with MS, she didn't actually find out until she went to her chart and she saw the results. So it took her several months of Googling, what might this mean? And Google will give you different answers. So Google have given her suggestions. You have a brain disease, it might be XYZ. You have 3 years to live, you're going to be crippled, you might be on a wheelchair, so all kinds of suggestions. And she bawled her eyes out. She went to the cart. That entire day was a miserable day because now you don't know. And you're just reading all about all the symptoms. Oh, I have a check. Okay, I have 15 of 20. So it means I'm going to die in 3 years. Okay. And then to get hold of a doctor is like living in the age of dinosaur, because you will call the office, no one picks up. They say, leave a voicemail. So you leave a voicemail. Leave the 15th voicemail. You call them again the following week, repeat. And then after several months, you're finally able to get someone. And they say, oh, okay, you need to be referred. And what I'm talking about, she's lost sight in her left eye. So this time she's walking around like a pirate and still no one. And then finally they make the referral and you would think, okay, yeah, we're getting somewhere now. But no, it takes another 6 months of calling and calling before you finally get a doctor. And in the midst of all of this, I can tell you she's an ER nurse, which means you would think it would be easier because she works with doctors. No, she is going through it just like everybody else. So imagine what that would mean for someone who doesn't work in the medical field. And then finally you see a doctor and then they say, oh, you have to go through another round of tests. So they take the tests and then it takes you another 3 months or thereabout before a doctor can actually read the test that they just took because you have to rebook your appointment again or they find time that suits them. So the entire journey is like, okay, there's tech, but then what? And so, which is why what we're trying to do after the entire process, I was trying to say, you know, like men do, I was like, I have a solution to this. I can help you build something that will make your life easier. So I'll build a symptom tracking. You can track all of this because it's taking forever for them to see you. And during that time, there are things going on in your life that needs to be documented. So, and that's how we started building SATRACKER because we think there's a better way to do this. And if you go to a different, like maybe every hospital has this, there's a tool called Dosimetry. Dosimetry has all of the doctors and specialists and everything. But guess what they use it for? They use it to recruit. Like, okay, you're just recruiting people, but that's an infinite tool that can connect patients to who they need to see in the less amount of time by just messaging them same way you're able to message them to say, are you available for hire? You can message them the same thing and say, do you have any openings to see this patient?
Yeah. We'll come back to you in a minute, Shadrach. Avantika, I want to go to you and dive a little bit deeper into your work. So Mission MD is really focused on objective neurofunctional assessment. Can you share what clinical gaps, what kind of blind spots or unmet needs the founding team at Mission MD observed that kind of led to this approach? And then a two-part question, how those insights shaped the design and the actual application of the Mission MD tool.
Sure. So we're actually headquartered in Switzerland, and our co-founder is a neuro-ophthalmologist. So super specialist trained in both neurology and ophthalmology, and he's an MD, PhD. So the gold standard currently for observing eye movements is manual exams. And in the clinic, he was experiencing this and said, why isn't there an easier way to do it? And that's why he developed this device. But it was mainly used in research. And then that's where the idea for Mission MD came through. Again, this is a doctor naming a company, wanting the machine to help the MD. But that's how we actually came to form. But the concept was we used this virtual reality headset system with simple gamified stimuli. No need to instruct the patient on what to do. They just follow the stimuli with their eyes. On the back end, you use infrared eye tracking. And from that, you can generate a report using machine learning and AI algorithms. Sounds simple enough. Putting it into actual implementation was a lot of work. Medical devices do take a lot of regulatory input and insight and processes. It's not a very clear-cut process to get there. And we're also working in the diagnostic space, which makes it more difficult. Even when it comes to just developing the device, that's a hurdle. But then when you come to clinic, implementing it, who's your end customer? The goal of our team was to have this device being used by everyone. In theory, sounds great. In practicality, again, that's when we realized the patient journey. Who are the doctors? Do they even understand what they're seeing in terms of the graphs they're presenting? And it seems like a simple doctor education, hey, this is the information you see, this is how you can diagnose. It isn't. Mm-hmm. And then the other issue is the misdiagnosis that could come across from this. Mm-hmm. So we've had to navigate that path very difficultly. And then the other problem for us, we thought that creating something that's cloud-based or uses an internet connection would be simple, but that's also caused a lot of IT hurdles as well. And all of these things need to be taken into account as we're further developing our device and adding in more examinations, because how much does it cost at the end of the day? If you're trying to build a solution that's profitable, then you also need to think of the costs going in. And the very important, but least not like spoken about, is the reimbursement. Getting reimbursement for these sort of exams, for diagnostic exams in general, is very difficult. It ends up being on the patient to pay for it. When it's not, even the existing medical codes that you can use are not that flexible. To apply for a new code and get it reimbursed takes around 5 years.
Yeah.
So that's why a lot of diagnostic companies just fail or don't go through with their innovation, because the return on the investment is not that much for the amount that you have to put in. Once it does get through, like think of the COVID test. Yes, Abbott made a lot of money, but right now there's not a lot of COVID going on, so you see the demand for those tests going down as well. So this is where, again, you have to think about these things, and I feel like when you're starting off as a founder with a mission, you don't think of it, but these are practical things that you have to keep in mind as you want to go forward.
Absolutely. Thanks, Vantika. Claudia, I'm going to come to you with a question. So Saventech is using AI to support the diagnosis of rare diseases. What kind of data inputs or signals are most useful in helping those algorithms that you guys have developed to flag the potential cases that might otherwise fall through the cracks?
All right, so we mostly use descriptive medical information. And all of our algorithms, we develop one algorithm for every rare disease we started a project about. And all of our algorithms, they are developed together with doctors that are actually specialists in that given disease. And then we train the algorithms to scan specific information. So for example, specific symptoms, how often the symptoms happen, family history, all kinds of description information that patients provide. So depending on the solution they choose, because let me explain. So Saventech Health, we have two solutions. One is Saventech Care, where the patient can ask an evaluation of their symptoms by themselves. So they will fill this questionnaire sharing everything about their health. And then we have Saventech Med, where we implement our algorithms inside a server in the hospitals, and then these algorithms will scan the whole patient's database. And this gives the algorithms a lot of data to learn about this patient and see, let's say, Vantika visited the hospital 10 times this year. She is manifesting these symptoms. These might sound like X disease. And then doctors will take this information and double check it, because, you know, AI is not going to replace doctors. It's going to help them getting an answer. And then Avantika's doctor will, yeah, maybe it's Fabry disease, let's say. So let's check it. Let's run a couple of tests here, see if it is this disease or not.
Awesome. Thank you, Claudia. I know we just talked a lot about referrals and specialist access. We're going to touch on that a little bit from the innovator's perspective, and then talk about collaboration and adoption. So we know we just heard a lot, specifically, you know, after a patient is diagnosed, what happens? They try to move throughout the referral process, oftentimes struggle to move throughout that referral process. In your experience, this can go to any of you, what are the biggest workflow or structural issues that you all have encountered that cause these gaps? And what changes do you all kind of stand out to you all that could make a meaningful difference for patients really navigating that referral process and those specialist access?
I can go. I'll say the biggest workflow is the workflow of you print out a paper, give it to the patients. Oh, you've been referred. All right. You go out there in the wild and fend for yourself. You know what that does? 50% of the time, the patient is not going because there's no motivation to go, or even if they try, let's say you call the office, no one picked up, say leave a voicemail, You leave the voicemail, nothing happens, 1 week passes, next week no one reached out. Okay, great. They don't care about me, so let's forget about it. We'll figure it out. But if we were to change that to make it in such a way that if you actually refer a patient, this is a referral, someone is going to reach back out and say, hey, you were referred to me by XYZ, so I'm here to follow up and set up a time for us to meet. That would be the logical thing to do, but no, that's not what happens, so good luck. That's essentially what they will say to you.
I think the issue is there is no referral system. You ask people internally and they'll tell you the system is broken. It's not been designed to effectively refer people from one point to another, so from primary to secondary to tertiary. And that's why you get a slip telling the patient it's on you to go and seek the help you need. The other issue as well, which is I think something that's not spoken about most, but this is something we encountered, is the fact that if a doctor does refer a patient to another doctor, they might lose them to the next one. This is very common when it comes to, say, optometry, referring to ophthalmology. And this is something they'll tell us, we don't want to refer the patient because we'll lose them, then the person's not going to come back to me. I have to run a business. I'm not going to get a follow-back. So there's no incentive for me to refer the patient, even though that's the right thing to do. At the end of the day, these people are also running practices, so that's the issue over there. And I think the other problem is that the lack of information given to the patient. Why are you being referred to someone? It doesn't really come through, and I think that's where everyone needs to do a better job of explaining to them what access they do have with their healthcare versus not, instead of them just going and Googling things or using ChatGPT. Well, it's great. That shouldn't be where they should go to get the information they need.
Thanks. Go ahead.
I would like just to add something. I was thinking about this. I know this event is mostly focused on the US healthcare system, but it's crazy if you think about all these issues from a global perspective. I don't know if you're aware of this, but in some countries in Latin America, the newborn blood spot screening test is not available. So this is crazy, like how these people will help their toddlers to get an answer. And yeah, I know it's a difficult issue to solve, and there are many players involved, but I also have the impression that each one of these players, they are concerned only on their issues instead of communicating and trying to think about, okay, how a pharma can partner with the government. How, I don't know, a technology company can partner with a pharma and with the government to offer the population the tests they need. And I also think this connects with Nasha was saying before about the patient being left alone and with no answers, nowhere to go, no idea what they are supposed to do next.
And that tees us up great for the next question, which is all about collaboration. So we know building a great tool is only really part of the challenge here. Actually getting it adopted and embedded into real clinical workflows is oftentimes another story altogether. So from all of your innovator perspectives, what have you learned throughout your journeys what have you learned about what truly drives uptake among clinicians and health systems?
I think what truly drives uptake, at least this is from my learnings with the company, is that getting them to see the product and taking their feedback. Because you can do all you can on your side to develop a great product in your mind, which meets all the requirements, is cleared even by regulation. But if it doesn't serve the end user, if they feel something is off, they're not going to use it. So getting their buy-in, making them test it, and also making them heard. That, hey, we saw this was a problem with you, we've implemented a change, and it might not be 100% what you wanted, but at least 50%. And I think that gets their buy-in. That also spearheads collaboration. as well. And I think one of the issues that we've at least encountered is that while a lot of people do want to collaborate, it's not as easy to, even if at an educational institution, just because the regulatory approval, or the ethics approval, I should add, is not easy to get. It takes 6 months or more. And if that could be sped up, it would be easier. Sometimes it's actually faster to work with pharma than it is to work with these institutes, even though they would benefit the most. So I think like any suggestions on that front for us is also welcomed.
Yeah, I would say building tools that are actually easy to use. I know this is pretty basic, but even though if we want to partner with hospitals and doctors, they are still, they are already, overload. And sometimes they have, like, I don't know how things are here in the US, but usually when you come to see a doctor in Brazil, it's 10 minutes. Oh, yeah, you have this and that. Yeah, goodbye, see you in 3 years, you know. So, of course, doctors, they're looking for tools that can actually help them and be easy to use, and also hospitals, something that is easy to implement to the system that they already use, and something that is not going to give them another headache.
Great. Go ahead, Sharon.
Well, collaboration is very hard. You would think, oh, it should be easy. When we started, we didn't actually start as a business. We started because I was designing something for one person, my wife, that's it. But then she shared it with her friends who are also nurses, and they're like, oh, we should totally get in on this. And that's how we started. Before you know it, we had 100 nurses. And then we were lucky enough to get a 5,000 grant that allowed us to go into 4 different hospitals and then shadowed their workflow, follow them around every shift, and all of that. And at the end of the day, they were the ones saying, this is what we would like to see. So we took the top 5 things that they wanted and started building on that. So, and as we're building, they are testing it and giving feedback. This doesn't work as expected, please change it this way. So what I would say is to get the buy-in of the people using your product, that's where you should start. Don't start designing because, like the tech bros do, we design something and we say, okay, here you go. We'll let you know if it works, or we'll add more things. And so the best way to start is to start with the people using it. So if there's need for it, they will tell you. They'll be the one to guide you where you need to go.
Yeah. Shadrach. Awesome. Okay. This is going fast. We're going to pivot to some audience questions to take us home. So, Avantika, I'm going to come to you first. How does Machine MD balance between the complex diagnostics and the clinical usability at the point of care?
So right now we're mainly focusing on like few definitive conditions where we can for sure say this is what we're seeing with the test that we have. If we feel that there's a need for more examinations, then we add it in. But we're going with an iterative process because yes, we can address a lot of conditions, but that just becomes too overwhelming. And then going into the more specific areas becomes difficult. So a good example is we're focusing on conditions like Parkinson's and rare disorders like PSP, frequently misdiagnosed with it, or MS and other rare disorders misdiagnosed like NMO or MOG. This is a starting point where we're building up the base, training our algorithms, improving them, and then we want to expand into other more common conditions, like dementia, for instance. But we can't really tackle everything. I think that's something also when you're in a startup environment, you come to realize, well, you want to have a solution that fits everything. You can't really start with that huge vision. You have to start something small and build on top of it.
That's a great answer. Claudia, I'm going to come to you next. An audience member wants to know what the main challenges Saventech faces when expanding its diagnostic platform into new markets like the US.
Yeah, that's a great question. Because actually we are planning to expand our operations here. So I guess our biggest challenges are, first of all, understanding the landscape. So our team deep dive into the country to understand how the healthcare system works. and also trying to figure out who are the players and who would be willing to partner with us. So what are the strategic partnerships we could build? And also regarding defining the country, we also do a lot of research trying to understand which countries would benefit the most from our algorithms. And so, for example, there is a highest incidence of a particular disease in a given country, then we try to figure out if that place could benefit from our solution or not.
Awesome, thank you. Shadrik, we're going to come to you with a question. How can compliance data be used not just for regulatory purposes, but to actively improve those patient care outcomes?
That's a great question. Currently, compliance is just a checkbox for hospitals, okay? It doesn't do anything beyond that. So what we're trying to do going forward by building a compliance operating system is build something that actually gives you insight. Not something that you have to go to because you need to check a box in order for a joint commission to give you a clean bill of health or for magnet designation. So our operating system will take your guidelines, everything you currently have, and be able to tell you where you fall short. For example, most hospitals, at least only about 8% currently have the National Committee for Quality Assurance designation. That's 175 out of 6,000 hospitals, if I'm not mistaken. So the reason for that is because it's really hard for them to track it. So what we're building is building something that helps you track it in the background, just like a Microsoft Word. So it tracks it, it tells you where you're falling short, and then it tells you when your physician is billing for something that they are not qualified or they are not supposed to be billing for. So you can flag it and say, hey, you need to take a look at that. So building something that helps you track everything and help make sure that you're not overbilling is something that helps the patient. No one wants a patient to be billed twice for the same thing.
Awesome. Okay, we're going to do two more questions that I'd love to kind of just go down the line for. So for all of you, what keeps you going? There are a lot of obstacles in healthcare, especially on the innovation and startup side. What motivates you? What keeps you showing up each and every day?
I think for me, having been on the bench side and being a scientist over there and then also working in industry in terms of consulting, I've seen the spectrum. It's very easy to complain and easy to say that nothing's being done, but there are very few people actually wanting to do it. And when you start doing it, you realize there are different layers and complexities. And that's what makes the change happen. If you understand the system, try to build something, and then maybe disrupt it in a healthy way, that's the only way we can move forward. It's easy to complain, but difficult to do, and I'd rather be a doer than a complainer. Yeah.
That's a great answer. Claudia, coming to you.
Personally, I would say the patients. We already helped over 200 patients getting a diagnosis in many different countries. And I remember the first patient we were able to help getting a diagnosis was 73 years old woman. She was diagnosed with Fabry. And, you know, she gave me like this very emotional comment about it because she was struggling for many, many years. Nobody could understand what was going on with her. And finally, at this age, she finally was able to understand what is happening to her and get proper treatment and a better quality of life. So imagine you are so many years, I don't know, 30, 20 years struggling with that disease that nobody knows, nobody can tell you what's going on, and then finally getting this answer. I think it's maybe, I know it's a hard answer, but at the same time it's a relief because you will finally put a name in what is going on with you.
Absolutely. And Shadrach, to you.
Making my wife happy. But seriously, the people using our solution every day, seeing them happy, seeing how we're making their life simpler. I'll give you an example. My wife had to renew her CEN certification just last week. And CEN certification requires 100 CE hours. And when I say 100 CE hours, you would think, okay, maybe on one sheet of paper, but no. That's one individual hour tracked individually across several years, and being able to show that and present that to be able to renew your certification. So how did she do this time? She already has everything in our app, and it tracks it and tell you how much of it you have. And so all she had to do was go into the app, and it says, you have 101 CE hours. She was so excited. So prior to that, the previous renewal, she had to go into a series of binders and start digging through it and say, oh, which one is still relevant? And that takes many days of having to dig and all of that. And so you can see, as happy as she was, I was happy too, because I felt like a proud husband. So seeing the people who use our solution, seeing how happy it makes them, it makes me happy. And that keeps us going.
I love that. Okay, one last kind of rapid fire question. If we were all here together in the same room 5 years from now, what do you hope would have radically changed in the discovery and diagnostic landscape of rare diseases?
Firstly, there are more drugs coming out. I think that's the huge issue right now. Like, the drug therapy is really stalled. And based on that, also, we are more open to using technologies at that primary and secondary care level. I know it should be easy, like with how we've started to use ChatGPT so normally in our day-to-day lives. You would assume technology should be used, but it's not, it's much slower. So having those two components where we're using technology more freely, more new treatments are coming out that are better informed, and like people just know more about where they need to go. There are better channels of information as well as referral.
Great. Claudia?
Yeah, in 5 years from now, I would say, yeah, of course, AI is getting more and more popular. There is no turning back. But I would like to see doctors feeling less suspicious about it. And once again, I'm going to state the obvious, but I'd like to underline this. See it as a tool, just like any other they have in the office, and not being afraid to learn how it works and implementing it on their daily lives, because it's totally something that is going to help them and, of course, helping patients.
Great.
Well, 5 years from now, I would love for healthcare to be like the banks. Interoperability, where everyone is not building a bridge to nowhere, where data is no longer siloed, where patient is able to see one doctor, and if they move to a different state, their data goes with them wherever they go. And seeing a specialist is as easy as ordering an Uber. You just go on your app and you check and you see, oh, there's 9 specialists that live within my city. Okay, this one has wait time 7 weeks, wait time 3 weeks, or has no wait time. I can walk in today and they will see me. Wouldn't that be a genius thing? Wouldn't that be the kind of life that we will all love to see, where you no longer have to Google your symptoms or get that bad news in your charts without your patient, your doctor even talking to you about it first? That would be a perfect world, in my opinion.
Agreed. Well, thank you to the three of you for your insights. We look forward to your pitches and presentations this afternoon. That wraps it up for the morning portion. For those that are here with us in person, we have lunch right out these doors, so please go help yourself. We'll reconvene here in 1 hour at 12:30 for the treatment and care portion of the day. After that, we'll have the startup showcase, so please stick around. We'll see you soon.
Most of you, I'm sure, already knew, but we discussed this morning is often long and arduous and challenging and nonlinear journey to get an accurate diagnosis. But then what happens? It's not like once that happens, everything just sort of works out perfectly. So as with this morning's conversation, we have 3 people with different backgrounds and different sets of expertise, and so we'll have a conversation with them. I'll ask each of them in a moment to introduce themselves. As with this morning, we're using the app. I'm using the app to filter through questions, so if people have questions, I sort of look through them as we go and try to weave them in. So ask away, and with that, I'll just go down the line, ask for some quick introductions, starting with Dr. Loeb.
Hi, so my name is Jeff Loeb. I currently head the Department of Neurology and Rehabilitation Medicine at the University of Illinois in Chicago. I am a physician, a scientist, an epileptologist, and more recently an entrepreneur. And I've spent many years trying to take what we've learned from either basic science or from patients who have disease. So I'm a firm believer that we understand human disease best in humans. So at the university, we have a human brain tissue bank that's linked to every kind of data you can imagine, from imaging to electrical activity to genes. And that's also brought me into the world of informatics to try to keep track of all these different types of data and have it ready for AI. So as an entrepreneur, I have 3 startups right now. It's kind of mind-boggling. One is around a rare disease called Sturge-Weber syndrome, where I also served with the national organization, with the foundation, as the chief clinical strategist. And we have a company called ZY Therapeutics with a new small molecule focused on disease-modifying of brain calcifications. The other 2 companies spun out of other research from the university, and I think that's a theme I want to bring up. How do we take what actually happens in the university and get it to the commercial world? And through the Discovery Partners Institute, it's called iBrain, and one is called Analytics, where we take all the software we've developed and try to make it useful for physician workflow, so we actually have data that's actually AI ready. A lot of the data that we have from health records is AI useless, and actually getting AI ready data is important. And then there's a spin out from that, a drug that we have, a biologic for ALS and Alzheimer's disease. So I'll stop there.
Why? I mean, why stop there?
I keep going?
Wasn't really enough. Yeah. Amazing. All right, Ayesha.
Awesome. Hi, everyone. My name is Ayesha Akhtar. I'm the VP of Health Equity, Education, and Advocacy at the Epilepsy Foundation here in Chicago. We are an affiliate of the Epilepsy Foundation of America. And here in Chicago, we service 44 counties. I won't make you guess which ones, because it's a very strange group of counties. But I oversee all of the public-facing education for seizure first aid. I wrote the Seizure Smart School Act in 2020 that makes seizure first aid mandatory in all Illinois public schools, so that's really exciting and a great public health win.
And my name is Tom Stanton. I'm with a nonprofit called the Danny Did Foundation, which is based in Chicago. And this is our 15th year in the epilepsy community, and we started in 2010 after my nephew passed away following a seizure that he had during his sleep. So that kind of thrust us into the advocacy space after his parents decided that they wanted to start an effort to kind of address the gaps in care that they experienced while caring for Danny. And our niche in this space is really to talk about the devices and technologies that can be complementary to other common forms of treatment for epilepsy, medication or diet, surgical options. And over the last 15 years, we've really become kind of the leading organization nationally to help families with information about what their options are when it comes to these non-invasive alerting devices. And First year, I think we helped 19 people get access. This year, we'll do around 1,000. But I think the bigger point is that we're kind of we're a small nonprofit with 5 people, and we're really trying to help create bigger, more sustainable solutions. We do that through a lot of partnerships that I'll talk about today. But Danny passed away from something called sudden unexpected death in epilepsy, or SUDEP. And the lack of communication around that was really kind of the driver that got our organization going.
Ayesha, I'll start with you, and just talk specifically about the barriers to care. So somebody's diagnosed, there's obviously a lot of inequities across the system, and people from different communities or different situations are more or less likely to receive the appropriate care. Just talk about what are some of those barriers? How does that manifest actually in practice, in particular for the subset of patients that you're working with?
Sure. So we have the social determinants of health, which I'm sure everyone is kind of becoming more and more familiar with this concept. And in those social determinants, we have access to care, we have transportation, we have literacy. A lot of times patients don't even understand their own diagnosis. They'll leave an appointment and not really understanding what just happened. The time with the physician is really, really small. So literacy is a really big one. Access, I mean, so in the space of epilepsy, I always say that Chicago is probably one of the best places to be diagnosed with epilepsy. You can go anywhere within a certain radius and you're gonna find an epilepsy specialist. And I think we talked earlier this morning about how a neurologist can definitely treat the epilepsy, but then to really get that advanced level of care, we want people to go to an epileptologist. And there are so many times, and I'm sure both of my co-panelists will agree, how many times people have gone years and years and years without ever having met an epileptologist. So often that becomes a barrier to care, just not having access to an advanced specialist. Transportation, one of the first things to go for people with epilepsy is being able to drive.
Driving.
And we all know in this society we live in, not having access to your own car, it does not enable you to really participate fully in society. And that can contribute to loneliness and mental health issues. And those things are all part and parcel with just dealing with the diagnosis in and of itself. So I think there's just so many things to look at overall in terms of this bigger picture.
Tom, you talked about your nephew specifically, and it's the impetus for the foundation. What do you see as barriers to care for people with specifically with rare neurological conditions? Presumably your nephew was diagnosed with epilepsy, but there's another layer to it, obviously. And what do you hear, what do you see that are these barriers to appropriate and effective treatment and care?
Yeah, for us, it was really, the main one was a barrier, lack of communication, which is oftentimes the case when there are shortcomings in healthcare. So Danny's parents, the first time they heard the term SUDEP was from his death certificate. They had never heard that term before. And it was, at the time, it wasn't much discussed. 15 years later, I think a lot of people with epilepsy, certainly those with, there's about 25 rare syndromes within the umbrella of epilepsy. And a lot of those rare communities face a high incidence of SUDEP, more than the kind of the general population of people with controlled epilepsy. So it was a lack of communication. And so we spend a lot of time trying to encourage the provider community to have those conversations, to have the tools to have those conversations, and just kind of giving the patient and caregiver perspective of how important that is. We've done a lot of surveys, we've published articles, just to really convey how important that communication piece is. The other piece of access that's been sorely missing is just access to these devices that we counsel families and people with epilepsy about. So In the US, there is very little reimbursement or medical insurance coverage for these alerting devices. And so our nonprofit has really become this leading outlet for access across the US, and we've helped people across 18 countries. That needs to change. The things that we do to try to encourage reimbursement include, bringing together startup technology companies in the neuro space with the FDA, bringing them to a round table with the Centers for Medicaid and Medicare. We do a device accelerator course that really tries to strengthen the ecosystem and show them our community. These are the wants, these are the needs, really giving that patient voice. We have things like Shark Tank competitions. We're really just trying to grow the roster of companies that are interested in neuro space, the rare epilepsy space, to kind of strengthen the options for our families. And then once they know about them, the majority of families that we hear from cannot afford these devices because they're not covered by any kind of insurance. So we're being that financial bridge as well to actually get these devices out into the world.
And can you just explain, what are these devices and what do they do? And because I think it's really interesting.
Yeah, so a lot of people don't realize that you can have seizures during sleep. My nephew only had seizures during sleep, and so nighttime becomes a time of real intense anxiety for caregivers, or spouses, or family members, roommates. So basically, a lot of the systems that are in the market today are looking for certain types of movement that mimic seizure activity, and they'll alert either a caregiver or somebody else who's designated to intervene. So that could be through an audible alert that is just in the space of where the person with epilepsy is sleeping. It could be through a text message, a phone call. There's different mechanisms to deliver the alerts, but the end goal is to have some kind of intervention. And the idea being that if someone's present during a seizure, then there will be a better outcome than if they're seizing alone. So most cases of SUDEP, for our specific example, the person is found in bed in the morning. And so the idea that there could be an intervention, so for people with epilepsy, sometimes they'll have emergency rescue meds that can be administered if you're present to administer them. Or you could make sure that the person isn't suffocating in a pillow, or they've fallen out of bed and had some kind of head injury. So just being present is really important. There are wristwatches, there are sensors that go between a mattress and a box spring. There are video camera-based systems, and they're getting more sophisticated. There's some good options in the marketplace now, but there's a really strong pipeline that's developing. But people don't know about them by and large. And so a lot of what we do is just communicating, hey, when you have a diagnosis of epilepsy or a rare epilepsy syndrome, this is one category that you should think about and be educated on. And then if they can't have access financially, that's where we step in and help.
Jeff, from a provider perspective, are there issues around awareness and fluency with rare neurological conditions that are negatively affecting the treatment of people who are already diagnosed? We certainly heard this morning about how it's a challenge among providers and awareness and knowledge of getting the diagnosis. But once you got to that point, is it all great?
No, it's really challenging, and we heard this morning from the pediatric world where a lot of these rare diseases are diagnosed. But what happens when you turn 18? It's awful. There's no continuity of care. You don't have the multidisciplinary teams that care for you in strong pediatric hospitals. So access to care, and particularly with a lot of the patients that we work together on with the Epilepsy Foundation, it's a major challenge to find access, and sometimes you'll see patients that weren't diagnosed until later times in their lives or didn't see a specialist. And that access of a rare disease is even more challenging. So I work I have sort of my one foot in the private foundation at the Sturge Weber Foundation, 1 foot in academia, and then another foot, I don't know where it comes from, on the entrepreneurial side, to try to bring these three things together. And it's a major challenge getting information about that rare disease, going to an emergency room with a rare disease because you have this syndrome and nobody's heard of it before, doing needless, almost sometimes dangerous tests on you because they don't understand what this is and this data. So physicians don't know what these rare diseases are and don't have access. Families don't have access to experts. Some patients, when I joined the Sturge Weber Foundation as the chief clinical strategist, there were no adults in the US, no adult epileptologists, neurologists who actually saw these patients. So I had to learn about them and become an expert, and now people have to drive from either coast or whatever to come to see me, and then that's nuts. So we need to do better.
Sorry, there was no one who was
in the adult world. Pediatric, there were a lot of centers around, but we stopped seeing patients at 18, or sometimes they go up to 21 or 23 for some. They'll follow if they're patients, but there's no one.
Let's talk about innovation. You obviously have several startups, but Ayesha, I want to start with you. We talked this morning a bunch about artificial intelligence and ChatGPT, and just wondering where you see opportunities for innovation, and also, in your world focusing around equity in particular, where do you see it mostly playing out as an opportunity, mostly playing out as potentially exacerbating health disparities, and what do you think the path forward is?
Yeah, all of the above. Because one of the implied assumptions for innovation is that there is this digital equity, which, especially in our patient population, there's a lot of people who don't even have a smartphone. They certainly don't have access. They're not going to be whipping out a phone to QR code some flyer or some information. So I think that's a significant assumption that we have to state and just kind of sit with that for a minute. And then even having said that, I feel like there are so many other innovative things we could be doing if we kind of take a step back. For example, like the clinical trials that we have, there's such a divide between the PI, and the intended patient population because there's such a lack of literacy, of medical literacy, to even understand what that would be. So I think some of the innovation comes in actually designing a way to include patients so that they can see a clinical trial and know that that's something that they could be a part of, so that they could be represented, they could be a part of this conversation overall. Because yes, AI can definitely be a great diagnostic tool for people who have that access, but I think there's such a bigger population out there of people who don't have access. And I feel like that's where we kind of need to put a little bit more energy and a lot more innovation in finding ways to get everyone at the table.
Tom, you talked about some of the devices that you're helping families be able to afford. What are some of the newer innovations, technologies that you're seeing, and does that fall within the scope of what you're able to provide? Talk about it both from a promise of technology perspective, but also equitable access to technology perspective.
Yeah, so right now, there are devices in the marketplace that do a pretty good job of detecting movement-based seizures or convulsive seizures, kind of the kind that most people would think about when they think about epilepsy. And those are good products. They're just not well known. And so that's part of what we do is just saying, hey, these companies exist and they're available. Unfortunately, a lot of them are considered consumer devices, which I think is a hurdle for a lot of physicians who prefer to refer an FDA-approved system. So there's this kind of corollary effort of helping companies through the regulatory path and getting down that road. So that space is pretty well established, and I think we'll keep getting better. But in terms of gaps, there are a lot of different seizure types, and some of them have different indicators. So it could be a change in heart rate or a change in breathing. And a lot of families need systems that are more nuanced. They may have seizure types that, involve movement and some that do not. And then there's the whole issue of devices that can predict or forecast that a seizure is going to happen in the next hour, in the next day, in the next few days. And those are coming along quickly, and they can really be exciting from the standpoint of quality of life and safety. So if I was maybe going to drive downtown to work on Wednesday, and I see that my likelihood for a seizure that day is X percentage higher than normal, maybe I adjust and work from home that day. Or there's a lot of risks that come with epilepsy. One of them, swimming, bathing. So, if I have a likelihood of having a seizure in the next 60 minutes, I don't take a shower. Things that just allow independence and safety. There's a lot of epilepsy. Ayesha can speak to this. Epilepsy affects the whole family. So there's just a lot of heightened anxiety around when is the next seizure going to come. And to the degree that a predictive device could help alleviate that really changes the whole dynamic for a family that faces epilepsy. And then eventually, kind of the holy grail for us is a system that can predict a seizure, but also have kind of a closed loop intervention to suppress the seizure. Like that would be the ultimate in our world. And whether that's in the form of a medication or some other intervention, I think we will get there at some point, but we're not there yet.
Jeff, from your perspective, would love to know how far out from that closed loop system you think we are, but other technologies, innovations, whether it's from could be therapeutics, could be data innovations, could be devices. Like, what are you seeing that's specifically helping the treatment of people with rare neurological conditions?
So the major problem with rare diseases is they're rare. And each one is unique and individual. And even within an individual rare disease, say it's a genetic mutation, you can have mutations in different parts of the gene. It can be gain of function, loss of function. So you have different treatments even for that single monogenic disorder. So the challenge is hard. So the approach that we've taken to be innovative is, I think, something we talked about this morning, the natural history. We need to know what is the natural history. So we've developed tools to develop the natural history, and what are the goals for such tools? One is you want to be able to pull medical records from all sources, as we heard about this morning. You need to put it into an easily mineable dashboard. You need to know what are the key data elements that you need to look at with the rare disease. So what we've done with our foundation is we've assembled experts in neurology and dermatology and ophthalmology, because this disease affects all those three areas, and say, what are those key data elements? Then build a useful dashboard that's useful to physicians. Actually can be something that can communicate between physicians and patients. Patients can take that to the emergency room, or they can also push a button and through the foundation get access to an expert, so they don't have to drive from Kentucky to come and see me here in Chicago. And then at the same time, you have a useful data platform and clinical platform. You actually have data available for the companies who want to do clinical trials and have data at the same time. So if it's from the ground up useful, clinically useful to patients, and maybe even develop a financial model that some of the funds can go back to those organizations that are striving to keep afloat and have funds to do the good things that they need to do, then you may actually have some innovation for the future.
And what would need to happen to bring this stuff to market or to clinical practice more quickly?
Ask me?
Yeah.
Well, I think it comes from. It's not going to come from industry. It's going to come from the families. It's going to come from those patient organizations. When you have a child who has this condition and you meet other people who have children who have that condition, there's an immensely strong bond that comes from that. From our foundation, we've pulled in people who've got kids from Silicon Valley, who has amazing expertise, and we need funding too. So where does that funding need to come from to develop those innovative ideas? So we need a great platform and innovate and bring it all together. And then one disease at a time, we need to go to those foundations, partner with them, and make it happen.
Tom, there's a couple of questions related to the devices that you were that obviously you're involved with and that you were talking about. So one is sort of, do they need to be FDA cleared, and would that kind of pave the way towards reimbursement? Are any of these reimbursed, either public or private, government pay or private pay, or is it just they're all consumer devices at this point?
So there are a few FDA-approved systems now. The first wearable that was approved was in 2017, a company called Empatica out of Cambridge, Mass. And they still do not have any widespread reimbursement. So it's kind of a misnomer to think that one is always going to lead to the next. And part of the regulatory challenge is a lot of companies that are new to epilepsy will use the Empatica system as a predicate to get their clearance. And in having these meetings and conversations, I heard somebody say, if you're going to use a company that has a predicate device as your predicate device that does not have insurance coverage, that could well be the case for you. So be thoughtful about who you choose as your predicate device. I think there is momentum down that that pathway right now. There was a law that was passed 2 years ago in Minnesota that was the first in the U.S. that calls for any FDA-approved seizure alerting device to be covered by Medicaid. And so that was progress. It was kind of a confluence of a really motivated family who had lost their son, who happened to be a state legislator, combined with an advocacy affiliate of the Epilepsy Foundation in Minneapolis that was really knowledgeable about public policy and how to move a bill forward. But it now serves as a model for other states to think about. And at the same time, we're thinking, there's 50 states, and that it takes a long time to move bills forward in every single state in order to get access to these, what we think are life-saving and certainly life-changing products. So what can we do at the federal level? There's something new in our world called the National Plan for Epilepsy, which was introduced to Congress last fall and reintroduced in February. And there are other disease states that have a national plan, one being autism, and there are many. So I'm hopeful that maybe some of this public policy momentum can, within that umbrella, there'll be resources and advancements for specifically technologies in our epilepsy space.
Could I just add something to this? So to the Empatica part. So we host an annual education conference every November, and Empatica was great. They donated a watch, and we had a patient win the watch. The patient can't even use the watch because there's a subscription attached to it. And so a lot of times you have these situations where the device itself is great, but then the ongoing maintenance or having a subscription becomes prohibitive, and that's, again, one of the social determinants of health that we were talking about, just that being a gap and inability to access, not having funding. Some people are uninsured, some people are underinsured. There's such a spectrum with all of that.
I mean, one example that we share often is we'll oftentimes get referrals from health insurance companies like a Blue Cross or a Blue Shield, and they'll send patients to us to get access to a FDA-approved device, which just really blows our mind and kind of represents a need for change.
There we go. Yeah. I just want to let that sit for a moment. That's really think about that one for a minute. Ayesha, can you talk about a little bit, you mentioned advocacy. Can you just talk a little bit about what kind of strategies have you seen that have been most effective to really empower patients, empower caregivers, to kind of navigate these systems, push for things like reimbursement, push for access, push for the kinds of changes that would really improve care?
Yeah, I really believe in the power of storytelling. When I wrote the Seizure Smart School Act, it was a lot of work, a lot of legislation, a lot of writing, but really what sealed the deal was taking a young student with me down to Springfield in front of everyone and having him share his story about why this bill needs to pass. And he's a 20-year-old, and why this bill could have saved him from XYZ, back in middle school. And that bill ended up passing 113-0. So, I mean, that that story was all him. But that's the power of family foundations too, and Dr. Loeb can speak to that as well. It's the collective storytelling, because when you're seeing a patient, you have such a limited amount of time. You don't have the context, you don't have the story, so you need the collective stories of all of the families together to really build that power, the momentum, that this is what I heard, this is what I'm feeling. Someone said in the earlier panel that our families, and yes, epilepsy is a family disease, our families become PhDs in these disease spaces because they're so rare and you have to learn everything. And so that is where the power comes from that sort of on-the-ground collective storytelling.
Jeff, what role do you play in helping empower patients and families and caregivers to be better advocates? Are you providing tools and guidance? Are you helping them? To what extent are you helping them manage the journey that is before them versus just providing specific care interventions that are sort of narrowly defined?
So as a physician on a one-on-one basis, I'm fortunate. I'm chair of the department, so I have medical students and residents sitting in front of the computer typing all the notes so that I can actually talk to the patients and families. What a concept! So we clearly share thoughts and ideas, but that on a one-on-one basis you can only do so much, and we need to start doing things on a more larger scale level. And with rare diseases, it's particularly hard since each rare disease is different. And one organization that's been pushing this quite a bit, and I went to a workshop a month ago in Chan Zuckerberg, they're really saying there's systematic ways that we can build innovation and technology to help many people with rare diseases, and some of the software development and things that I was talking about earlier are one mechanism that we can do this by working with individual organizations with a standardized approach that creates a strong natural history story, way to report data, access to specialty care, and a financial model that's sustainable. That's a major problem. If you can't sustain it, if the insurance industry won't pay for it, who's going to pay for this? Certainly starting out with those organizations and families is a good start.
Tom, from a caregiver point of view, I think it was you or maybe Ayesha, one of you mentioned how epilepsy, but you could extrapolate to, I would imagine, most, if not all, kind of rare neurological conditions. It becomes a real family journey, not just the journey of an individual, and can be very hard on those families and caregivers. To what extent are you providing support, or have you seen ways of providing support to caregivers and families?
Yeah, it definitely is the case with epilepsy and all the rare epilepsies that exist, that the entire family is affected. So, just to call out, the lack of sleep is like relentless. And you can imagine the next day trying to tackle whatever the condition throws at you on a lack of sleep. So I think having a sense of like holistic treatment for the mind, the body, the caregivers. It's really an important approach with neuro diseases, especially epilepsy. I know the Epilepsy Foundation does a wonderful job with support groups, both for caregivers, for people with epilepsy, sibling-specific support groups. We unfortunately spend a lot of time talking to families that have lost loved ones to epilepsy, and so that sense of how do you move forward living with grief, and how do you channel that grief into something productive? It doesn't have to be grandiose. It could just be something that carries that person's memory forward in a way that makes you happy. So I think creating a sense of community is really important. We spend a lot of time on public awareness campaigns just to kind of try to reduce that stigma that exists around epilepsy and other neuro diseases. Just to put it in the public view, to let them know this can be a really serious condition. It's not just an inconvenience, but there are really serious risks that come with it. So I think, a lot of people with epilepsy specifically do not want to talk about it, and that is their prerogative. They're afraid of discrimination in the workplace or at school. And so being the voice for those who choose not to talk about it is really our purpose in our job.
I want to come back to that in a minute, but something you said about channeling grief. There's a question from the audience. Sounds like somebody who lost a family member, and they want to do something, but sort of just like figuring out how to balance the obviously the grief with action, and it's something that your family obviously navigated. But what are the talk a little bit more about how you advise or recommend or coach the families that want to do something that kind of.
Yeah, I mean that job, that part of our work is definitely the hardest part. To talk to somebody who's just lost a child or a spouse, a loved one, a friend. I think the biggest advice, the primary advice, is just to give yourself grace to grieve and to do things on a timeline that is manageable. Like you become debilitated. I know. For us, the foundation was my brother's lifeline. Like that was the only thing that kept him moving forward and gave him a sense of purpose at that point in his life. But that's not necessarily the pathway for others who lose somebody to a condition like epilepsy. So I think just kind of knowing that there's no blueprint, there's no expectations, that even spouse to spouse, the grieving process can be different and timed differently. That's really kind of our initial advice. But as far as kind of moving forward and memorializing somebody that's been lost, I think doing it in a way that kind of celebrates their life, things that they enjoyed doing. My nephew was into sports and loved, basketball. So we have a basketball clinic for the foundation that kind of represents his personality. For some people, it could be as simple as a balloon release, or a scholarship fund, or something that just kind of carries that person forward. But kind of reiterating that there's no right or wrong way to go about it, and to give themselves the time to kind of find their path.
Ayesha, I want to come back, and Jeff, I'd love your perspective on this too, but to something that Tom said a minute ago about stigma, and there's another question that somebody had asked about what needs to happen to change the public perception of epilepsy in particular, something that's scary. I guess it can always be scary, but something that's it's like you're scared of that. You don't want to something that's sort of empathy and caring, and again, this isn't just related to epilepsy, but that's where your expertise is.
Sure. Yeah, I appreciate that. So, yes, watching a physical seizure can be very scary, but also knowing that that's not the most common type, and that there are more than 20 different types of seizures. I think that's part of our job at the foundation, is ensuring that there is that education out there to reduce the stigma. I think also normalizing the conversation as much as we can is really, really important. And also working with other organizations in the same space, in the same brain space. I think that's also really important. I love to talk about Alzheimer's and epilepsy, or Parkinson's and epilepsy. I think it's really important to normalize these conversations. And also, this isn't an answer to your question, but I wanted to mention this. It's a little adjacent. But I think also if we started really normalizing comprehensive care teams that were part of this entire process. So having, if a person gets a diagnosis with epilepsy, here's your dietitian, here's your social worker, here's your mental health professional, just kind of speaking to what Tom said earlier, it does impact the entire family. And if we have a more holistic approach, I think that definitely can be a better, it can get us to better patient outcomes quicker. And I think that also helps to normalize the conversation.
Jeff, I love your perspective on that, but also keying off of what she just said about like sort of a more comprehensive, holistic model of care. Is that something that you're able to do? Is it something that you see? That's we see that as a challenge throughout the whole healthcare system across any range of conditions, from rare to not rare. Is there any movement, anything in particular that you've seen that's encouraging about creating more comprehensive care teams for people with rare neurological conditions?
No. No, it's a major challenge. You know, I talked earlier about, you know, turning 18 and all of a sudden you go from this comprehensive care team to, you know, fragmented care with nobody talking to anybody. You know, we talked earlier that physicians, Dr. Buchanan, don't like to talk to each other. I mean, who's got time to sit there? I mean, the only time we talk to other physicians is when the insurance company denies something and we have to sit on the phone for 20, 30 minutes to get a test that we think is important for that patient approved, and nobody pays us for that, right? I think you know, the organizations it comes back to. So at our hospital system, you know, we have the foundation that comes to helps us, and we'll come with social workers, and we have our ALS association that provides us a multidisciplinary care, a muscular dystrophy association. So it's not the government, and it's not even though I think there's well documented that it pays for itself to have multidisciplinary care. The system, we always lose money as a practice whenever we provide multidisciplinary care, because you can't charge for this physician and this one on the same day at the same visit, and you can't get a social worker. So I think it's, again, those patient and family organizations. But going back to the stigmata question earlier, nobody wants to talk about and show everybody, hey, look, I got seizures. Look, you know, if you see them have them, well, you've learned that they have epilepsy. But this other disease I work on, I don't know if anybody who's never heard of Sturge-Weber syndrome, look it up on your phone, assuming you all have smartphones here, and look at some pictures. I mean, these kids and adults have these big red angiomas or blotches or port wine stains on their face. So you can't go through life without stigmata if you've got a big red blotch on your face saying, hey, everybody, I've got Sturge-Weber. But the amazing things is when you get together with these kids and these families, they're just regular people. And when they go to school, they explain to people, they educate. We did a big survey with our natural history study, and being teased was not a big thing in the school in these kids. So when you're up and forward about those things and you say, I have epilepsy or I have Sturge-Weber, and you explain to the other kids or adults what you have, that education can really get rid of the stigmata.
And have any of you seen any sort of technology interventions or particular innovations that are helping address stigma or helping around education, or is this not really a realm where you've seen technology or anything particularly novel? Is it just sort of just slog away and
I think like the Life ID medical bracelet might be one area of innovation, but that's not even necessarily, that's not like a badge or anything. That's more, I mean, that's a safety device. But again, you have to have a subscription for that as well. So yeah, I haven't really seen that.
Yeah, I mean, I would comment that most of the devices in the epilepsy space are, their goal is to kind of be chameleon-like and not stand out, be invisible. So in that regard, it really is more of a patient preference not to stand out. Yeah, can't think of a good example for you.
So we experimented with something a while back. One of the major challenges about patient education is even if you have epilepsy, you know, there's 20 different kinds of seizures, there's 27 or 30 different seizure medications, there's epilepsy in children and pregnant women and older people that all have different issues. And how do you create a standardized educational program that works for everybody? I don't think it's possible. So we actually partnered with the Epilepsy Foundation, who had all these online modules, and when we saw the patient in clinic, we check a bunch of boxes. This is a young woman of childbearing age, took these medicines, has this kind of seizures, and we had an app we built called Pause to learn about your epilepsy. It was funded by the CDC, and it basically pulls down all those education modules, personalized specific to that individual. And that's the challenge, is trying to personalize that education to individuals rather than blanket. You don't want to sit there learning about somebody else's epilepsy or somebody else's disease. So it's very challenging to have personalized approaches to healthcare and education.
So Jeff, there's a question, I'll stick with you. There's a question in here about, you know, UIC has a pretty diverse patient population. How do you think about implementing new innovations, new technologies, cutting edge stuff in across such a diverse patient population?
Well, that's why we came up with the pause, and we didn't depend on them having cell phones. We gave them a tablet that had, internet built into it. It's really challenging, to be at a place. I think it's really the only place in Chicago where if you have little to no insurance, you could get the highest level specialty care. So we'll care for you whether you're well educated or if you haven't had care for 20 years. And the idea is that you have the same level of care, but you need to have a different set of resources. So the transportation issues, the social worker, you can't treat everybody the same. There's some people who are online all the time who know everything, and there's some people who know very little and have very little resources. So we need a healthcare system that can adapt to individuals and individual needs. And it's an equity based on social determinants of health, because we don't have it right now.
I'll open this up. If you could fund, not you could fund, if something could be funded, any type of research that in the next few years that you think would make a huge difference in epilepsy, what would it be?
Well, from our bias, with our experience with my nephew, it would be, some kind of research that figured out the mechanisms of what causes a case of sudden unexpected death in epilepsy. Still, after all these years and a lot of great researchers working on it, we're not sure exactly what the cause of death is, and there's different theories, and it may turn out to be something different in each person. So that comes to mind immediately. But I think too, research that could show the efficacy of a device that prevented SUDEP, that would be our biggest ask. And there's a lot of money and time and expertise that needs to go into that, and keeping people engaged and funded long enough for that to happen is a challenge.
I'm looking at two different things right now. One is definitely understanding the social determinants of health for epilepsy, and also creating ways that we can refer sooner and earlier. So looking at patient pathways, like the on-ramp is, you can get on many different parts of the journey, but what happens if we get people on sooner versus later? So that's one thing I'd be very interested to see longitudinally. But secondly, kind of looking at a pile of data that I have in front of me right now, actually looking at the south side of Chicago, and we have an exorbitant number of people who are using the emergency department as their primary care provider. And I'm kind of looking into why that's the case, and what's that patient population like. Do they not have a primary care provider? Do they not have an epileptologist? Do they not have the medical literacy? Just kind of looking at that, just trying to figure out how to reduce those ED visits.
So we need what's called disease-modifying therapeutics, not drugs that treat symptoms. So when I started in neurology years ago, it used to be a field, well, isn't that an interesting case? We have nothing we can do. Now we have drugs that treat symptoms. So we can quell down your Parkinson's disease. We can reduce the number of seizures. We can make you a little sharper with Alzheimer's with a stimulant and so forth. But do we have anything that stops the course, that basically jumps in and disease modifies? And so really what we need to do, and it's a big risk, and a lot of pharma's not been interested in taking big risks. Maybe it puts them out of business. If you have a drug, you can sell them every day for the rest of your life. You make a lot more money than if you take a drug for a couple of weeks after a head injury and you never get epilepsy in the first place. So we really need to rethink about what we're doing, whether it's epilepsy or neurodegeneration, Alzheimer, ALS, and stop treating symptoms. And mental health, it's really huge. We treat symptoms left and right, but do we actually ever help people?
I mean, I think, I don't want to advocate for pharma, but I think you look at something like hepatitis B or hepatitis C, where there's been an actual treatment out there as opposed to just a symptomatic intervention. I think that model works. I think it's just so hard. And is there any sort of research, a database, like a registry? Is there something that you think you've had experience with clinical trials that that might point us in that direction?
No. Does anybody know? I mean, certainly these natural history studies are really key. seeing diseases in evolution and thinking about what can we do to prevent the disease in the first place. A lot of people looking at the environmental impact on neurodegenerative and other types of diseases and starting to learn about these things. So some of these databases, they're not designed for that, but certainly one could try to pull from that, but then you need more hard data to back those things up. And yes, there have been a few, stellar examples of disease-modifying treatments out there, but they're few and far between.
Great. Well, my colleague Casey is going to come up now with 2 additional of the startups who are working more in the treatment and care space. But for now, I want to thank each of you for your insights and your perspectives and what you're doing and for being part of this conversation today.
Right. Okay, so this is our last panel of the day. After this, we'll have a little break and then be sure to come back for our startup showcase. Now we're going to pivot a little bit to the startup and innovator perspective with 2 of the remaining startups from the Advancing Brain Health Innovation cohort, Cami Health and SteadyWare. Both of you are coming at the challenge of treating for and caring for people with rare neurological diseases from very different yet deeply connected angles. So we're excited to hear your insights today. Let's go ahead and start with some quick introductions. Olivia, if you want to kick us off.
Yeah, absolutely. Hi, everyone. I'm Olivia. I'm the solo founder of Cami Health. Cami is a digital care assistant, kind of, pocket assistant for families caring for loved ones with rare neurological disorders or other disabilities. So we automatically connect to the health record, bring in all that information so you can act on it in one place and, reduce all of that kind of mental load of just going through the day-to-day. And also my middle child, Cameron, is 4 years old and he has a rare epilepsy due to a brain malformation. So I'm intimately in this field in kind of both ways.
Hey everybody, my name is Emil Omari. I'm the co-founder and CMO at SteadyWare. Like Olivia, my family member has tremors too. She has essential tremor, my grandmother. And so what we've done is we've invented a battery-free glove designed to reduce tremors in Parkinson's and essential tremor. It's a purely mechanical solution, which I'll tell you more about during my presentation.
Great. All right, so this morning we talked a lot about how challenging it is for patients to really army crawl their way through getting diagnosed with a rare neurological disease, encountering challenges anywhere from fragmented care all the way through access issues. So from the 2 of your perspectives as innovators, what patterns or pain points really stand out to you when you kind of pivot to after you get that diagnosis and actually turn to treating and caring the rare neurological disease? And how are you working to address those gaps in a way that can truly support these patients in the long term?
I can go first. With us, it's really a lack of solutions out there. There's a severe frustration in the continuum of care. After diagnosis and the first line of therapeutics, the drop in patient return is significantly high. The number of patients that try the medication, it doesn't work for, and they think, oh my God, I don't want to do a surgery. This is the only other option. They're demotivated. They don't come back to see their PCP or any other physician in that case or clinician, and they just drop out of the continuum of care. So what we try to do with different tremor organizations like the International Essential Tremor Foundation, the Michael J. Fox Foundation, the American Parkinson's Disease Association is we try to raise awareness as much as we can about these different treatment solutions like ours, these wearables, by sponsoring events, trying to attend as many conferences, have booths, raise awareness, hand out demonstration kits to clinicians and physicians so that they can have the devices in their clinic and show the patient what's available, sometimes even before the medication. Sorry, long-winded answer, but.
I think that once you have a diagnosis, or even before, right, once you start having symptoms of a rare disease or you're affected by, whatever is afflicting you, things for you and the family unit get so busy so fast. There is so much to do. And the way that I like to think about it is kind of, if you're familiar with Maslow's hierarchy of needs, kind of that concept that at the base of the pyramid, you have like physical safety. Like, do I have housing? Do I have food? And then it's kind of emotional safety. You build up to kind of social safety and kind of reach nirvana at the top. Once you have everything you need, then you can really excel and innovate. And I think that for caregiving and for going through, a disease that's progressing, there's a very similar kind of way to think about this. And the first is just, is this patient safe day to day? For someone with epilepsy, do they have their rescue meds? But it's not just do they have their rescue meds, it's does everybody know how to use it? And once you use that first one, where's the second one? Do I need to go ask my doctor to write another prescription? Is it at CVS? Can I pick it up? Did I put it in the basement with the leftovers? Where is this thing? Does the nurse know to use it? Oh, we just switched to this other medication. Did I let so-and-so know? And the list just kind of goes on and on. So just talking about today, for emergency situations, there is this laundry list of things you have to be able to check off to get to physical safety. And then it's just, oh, these medications, maybe, my son's on 4 different seizure meds right now, which is on the low end for what he has been on. And those dosages change almost, every month or so based off of how his seizure activity is going. Does everybody who's giving him medication know that? We have 3 different caregivers who come to the home that aren't myself or my husband. And then there's grandma, and then there's a school nurse who sometimes changes day to day. Do they all know what medications he's supposed to get? Just daily routine. And then from there, we're talking about research. How do I learn about these concepts that my clinician's not telling me about, like Suit Up? How do I learn about the other resources that are available to me, like Medicaid, that help kind of looking towards the future and help ease my financial burden? And then how do I meet other families like mine so that I can get community and feel supported in this? And so you can kind of see these layers build up as you go. And, then you add in language barriers or cultural barriers, or I don't have access, all of those social determinants of health that just kind of come crashing down. So you already have this very precarious pyramid. And it can be almost impossible, even for someone who is well educated, has the time, isn't working full time, and has their energy scattered in 100 different directions to care for their loved one who has this disorder. So CAMI is helping right now. We're focused on the base of that pyramid, but my goal is for us to go all the way up right now, right? So as I said, we bring in all of your health information. How do we help make sure that you can execute on that all of those, medications and changing dosages are in there. You don't have to think 3 times about what does this titration dosage look like? How do I put it on my calendar? It's just there. And then start to build the way up so we can tell people about other resources that might be available to them. How do we get them in touch with other families so that they can build a community there, and so on and so forth.
Yeah. Which really tees us up for our next question for you, Olivia. Everything you just rattled off, I'm sure, is just kind of the tip of the pyramid, not to use your example. But, caregiver burnout is a massive conversation in this space, as it should be. So how do you see caregiver burnout and really lack of support influencing the broader quality and sustainability of neurological care?
Absolutely. I have a friend of mine who told me once, I hope that my son doesn't live a day longer than I do because nobody else would be able to care for him. Because that person was so close to me, they felt okay saying that. I don't know anybody else who would admit that out loud, but I guarantee you that most families feel that way. It's often the mom, sometimes it's not. And there is one point of failure for care for this person. And that can't be the case, right? So, how do we help make it easier for you to share that care with other people? I think that's the first thing. Again, the base of the pyramid, you can kind of draw a side pyramid to the pyramid, right? Where first it's, okay, this day-to-day, this emergency situation, the medications that we take day-to-day, how do I package that information up so that it's shareable with other people in a way where I'm not writing everything down 100 times for the school nurse and for this person, and I have to remember, oh, so-and-so hasn't come to visit my kid since last month, so they don't know about this change that happened last week, but I told the school nurse already, right? So there's a roster of things. You have to know what everybody else knows, and that's another layer of mental load that you have to handle. So how do we take that away? How do we use an app like Cami and things like AI to say, hey, last time you opened this app was 3 weeks ago, here's what's changed since then, so that that person is immediately up to date. And how do we integrate that in a seamless way to somebody's day-to-day so that this mom isn't just writing things down and adding to her list, but she's able to offload it in a way that empowers other people, other family caregivers who do care about her son and want to keep him safe, that they can do that.
Yeah. Emil, I'm going to come to you to talk a little bit about caregiving as well. So SteadyWare addresses very specific challenge, which is mobility. What did you observe about how mobility limitations really affect day-to-day independence, and how do those insights really shape both the device that you have developed and your broader approach to care at SteadyWare?
That's a great question. Social isolation is definitely one of the factors that is associated with hand tremors. For the majority of our patients, they say, every time I go out, people are always staring at me. I really dislike that. All the attention is on me, and I can't control it. And anxiety makes the tremors even worse. So socialization was a big factor. The independence was another one. Not being able to perform daily activities like eating, drinking, and writing really shoots down their confidence. And as a result, what we decided to do is to make a subscription-free mechanical solution that you can slide onto your hand for an unlimited period of time to accommodate the tremors and at least allow them to perform activities by themselves. We then took that device and put it in a pilot in a senior care facility and made sure that they were able to feed themselves with much less care, with much less assisted living environments. And we also allowed them to feed themselves, drink alone, write alone with this, and this was very empowering to them.
Coming to you with another question, when those caregivers do interact with SteadyWare, what feedback have you received, and how has that kind of further influenced your thinking about usability, design choices, or even how you think about kind of messaging the product on the market?
I think the best feedback we've gotten is this is really easy to use. The worst feedback we've gotten is this is pretty heavy on my hand. So with every version, we keep making them smaller, lighter, more effective, as much as we're capable to do so without any batteries or any form of different weights. And what we've also realized is that because our device is battery free, like I mentioned before, they're able to use it anywhere. Training is really, really easy. We're just about to launch our demonstration program with physicians and clinicians, and our instruction video is around 1 minute and 10 seconds long. It's really, really easy to use. You slide it on. I can do a demonstration a little bit later today and show you how easy it is to use, and the effects are significant. People are able to feed themselves. They're able to, the cases are very different, play the clarinet, shave your own beard. One of our patients, she was able to apply makeup for the first time after 30 years with essential tremor. So the impact is quite significant.
Yeah. Olivia, to you, I know obviously you are spending a lot of time kind of in the field talking to caregivers, some in your personal life, some in your professional life. What other kind of insights have you gleaned from them that you've directly incorporated into Cami, and also drawing on your own experience?
Yeah, absolutely. I did this really fun self-experiment. So my background is in software, so I'm used to kind of user interviews and doing my own user research and like, how do we prioritize? How do we turn the feedback into problems and to solve, and how do we rank those, right? And in this case, the alignment in my last round of user interviews was very consistent, which was really cool. So I talked to like 12 parents more recently, and something that kept coming up was, this is great. I like having all of this information here, but I also want to be able to do better symptom tracking. And also I have these medical supplies that we get every month from DME, from durable medical equipment, and I never remember when I'm out of something, when it's time to call, like what actually is in the prescription, what can I ask for, things like that. And so those kept coming up, and so I was like, I think that's what we want to work on next. And then I just did an exercise where I took what I knew and I said, here are all the things that primary caregivers give, their secondary caregivers like a spouse, and then tertiary caregivers like, a nurse that comes in or, a babysitter down the street. I mapped everything out, and then I put it on an axis. It was like, what's most important versus what is most difficult to do? And guess what? 2 things popped up in the top right corner, but symptom tracking and DME orders. So that's definitely what we'll be working on next. So I'm excited about that, and it was really cool that what people were asking for directly lined up with kind of a more systematic approach. So that's my nerdy answer.
It's a great answer. Okay, we're going to talk a bit about equity and how that really is everything, in innovation. Reminder to our audience as well, in a few minutes we'll take audience questions, so if you have any, please submit them on your QR code on the middle of your table. So we know even if you've developed the most promising of innovation, it really doesn't mean much if it's not accessible to the people that really, really need it. One of the tensions that we talked about earlier that came up is technology, if we're not careful, can really actually widen disparities. With the 2 of your solutions, when you're thinking about access to care, especially for folks in underserved communities or for people navigating rare conditions in those communities that live far from major medical centers, how are you taking that into consideration in the development of both CAMI and StudyWare?
I can go first.
Sure.
3 things we're doing. The first one, we went after coverage. We just got our device fully covered by the VA. So if you're a veteran, you can access our device through a distributor, all expenses covered. Another one is we're going after a Medicare DME code to get the device, 80% covered. And that will be available in around a year or so. We just have to get our DME license and get durability testing out of the way first. Not too hard. I don't think it will be. Fingers crossed. And the last one is payment plan options. We have payment plan options available on our website right now for as low as like $50 a month. Over a year, you're able to secure our device. They don't do a credit check. It's done through third parties like Affirm or PayBright in Canada. Where we're based. And one last thing that we're also launching in June or maybe July is we're going to have a recycled donation program. So devices that come back to us will actually go to the International Essential Tremor Foundation. They'll be revamped, made sure that they're functional, and then they'll be available for donation at the end of our fiscal year, July 31st.
For CAMI, I think that we've had some themes that have come up, like maybe somebody doesn't have a phone with them or an electronic device with Wi-Fi accessible. There are things like language barriers, and those things are things that CAMI can't immediately solve. They are things that are certainly on our radar. I think also about a friend of mine who mentioned that when she goes to see the epileptologist with her son, that it's in the basement, so there is no Wi-Fi, like there is no signal, and so she goes in and she has to have everything either printed out or downloaded on her phone, so it's offline. So how do we make CAMI available when you don't have readily available internet? I think that's an interesting question. But then with the language barrier, for example, when you bring in all of those visit notes and test results and things from your EHR, that's in English. Like, it doesn't just magically get translated because it's in the EHR generally. When people are typing in their visit notes, they're writing it down in English, and that's not automatically translated, right? So I think that there are a lot of systemic barriers that a simple app like CAMI can't just, snap its fingers and fix, though we want to try. And there are more tools now with AI to help hopefully, cross those barriers. But I think a big one that doesn't necessarily have to do with the more traditional social determinants of health is accessing resources. And it's not just the ability to access those resources, but knowing what resources are available. The story of me getting Medicaid for my son is one that took over a year, and I have worked in revenue cycle management. I know insurance, and it still took me that long. I still had to do so much more math than I thought I would do to figure out how much we were gonna have to pay for this versus how many months would it take before we hit our out-of-pocket. Which insurance plan should we get from my husband's employer or my employer and compare them? Plotting out when I think my son will have the most medical expenses throughout the year. Like this is crazy. And this is, you know, from me who has 10 years of experience in RCM. So baseline, a lot of these things are just inaccessible because they require such a high amount of knowledge for the nuance, and it's state and regional dependent too. So I think, you know, long term, we'd love for Cami to be able to grab that knowledge either from the internet or, you know, preload it, or we just have other people we can connect you to that actually know what's going on, because sometimes the doctors don't know how to get you Medicaid. Like, they just know that they can bill it, right? So, you know, how do we bring that to the patients who are able to use Cami, and then, you know, how do we expand just beyond the English-speaking populations with Wi-Fi?
Yeah. Emil, I'm going to come to you with another question. We know costs can be a huge barrier in assistive tech. What lessons have you learned as you've kind of worked throughout the pricing, production, distribution process that make tools like SteadyWare more accessible to more than just the patients that have the most resources?
I'll revert to my previous answer about how we've actually, I'll add to that. we collaborated with one of the major tremor foundations in the United States, and we surveyed over 3,000 people with essential tremor and Parkinson's disease to identify what the right pricing was. And of course, that data, you know, you have to take it with a grain of salt, because you need to find the intersection of your business needs and the patient's needs. And we were able to identify a pretty fair figure. And we've been working towards getting the device to that target over the past year and a half, and we're not too far off of that. In combination with these payment plan options and the donation programs and the soon to be Medicare coverage, fingers crossed, we think we're on the right track. The last thing is really the demonstration program. You know, any clinician that reaches out to our company and asks for a demo kit will get it within 30 days, and that's something that's really important to us, because that way we can have as much accessibility as possible, because today the general population is not aware of assistive devices for people with tremors. They're just not. They think it's medication, surgery, and that's it. That's the continuum of care. So we want to make sure that the awareness is there. We'll continue going to conferences and handing out demonstration kits as much as we can.
Great, thanks. All right, we are going to pivot to your questions from the audience. Olivia, we're going to start with a specific question for Cami, just so you can clarify for everyone listening in. The user asks if Cami Health software is available for patients with other illnesses. So maybe do you want to just expand on that a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. I joke and I say, like, we screen for kids who have very specific rare neurological disorders. No, anybody can sign up. If you know, you're a perfectly healthy person with a diagnosis list of well visit, you are welcome to sign up for Cami. It's available for anybody who wants to try out the software.
Awesome, thank you. Okay, this is a fun question. If resources were no object, what is the one bold initiative you'd launch to transform rare neurological disease care globally? Maybe we'll take a pause for a second so you can brainstorm.
I think it has to do with access to care.
Yeah.
Access to care is one of the biggest problems today. I think it also has to do with awareness. The previous panel had a great discussion about, you know, what solutions are available for epilepsy, and that was something that also came to my attention. In my family, we do have epilepsy too, and every time we're sitting discussing these things, it rings near and dear to my heart too. So I think access to care is a critical one. So if that can be achieved without wait times, as some of my colleagues were discussing earlier, then that would be a really big step. And as long as the treatment options are affordable, you know, in an ideal world, then that would be my simple answer.
Yeah, mine is similar to access to care, but it's also that, I don't know, I think we sometimes forget on the healthcare side that, you know, these patients go home and they and their families have to manage this day to day. And even the most smart well-educated physician might not know for a very rare disease what the correct kind of protocol for treatment is. And so I think for me, it's not only access, but how on both sides do we make sure that everyone is as educated as possible with the least amount of time to educate, right? So, do we lean on AI? Do we lean on connecting people with other resources that are already available from nonprofits? For example, there's a very common, well, I say common, but I know definitely some patient organizations are pushing on this, which is after someone fails 2 epilepsy drugs, then the correct path of treatment is to evaluate them for surgical options. And brain surgery sounds really scary. And so a lot of doctors either don't know about this or they don't bring it up. And families don't know about this. So for me, I knew about it before my kid even had a seizure because we knew a lot of families who had kids with epilepsy. And so the second he had that diagnosis and we were referred to an epileptologist, I talked to them about SUDEP. I talked to them about surgical options, not because I thought it was going to happen tomorrow, but because I knew that if we had that conversation over years, that it would be a lot less scary and a lot easier to make that decision when the time came. So I think that kind of two-way communication and bringing people and the care team and the families, caregivers on that same level playing field so you can have an educated conversation, it just rapidly transforms the outcomes for that patient. I think that would be amazing if we could really educate everyone.
Okay, next question from the audience is, what challenges do you face in navigating between the medical validation side of things and consumer usability when serving your populations?
So for us, we have a lot of patients who definitely want to try out this software and give some feedback. And I think that a lot of times, I think that the biggest kind of barrier to making this a more commercial option, I feel very strongly that families should not be paying for CAMI. They should just be able to have CAMI, and health systems and payers should be the ones paying for CAMI, because if we are able to keep families and their loved ones safe at home, then they're not in the hospital, and they're the ones saving money. So that said, payers and health systems want to see the data, right? And so little old me, coding on my laptop at home, trying to make this available for these families, somebody has to pay for that in the meantime so that we can then get the data to show that it's working. And so it's very much a chicken and egg problem that I wish we didn't have as much, where there is a way to kind of push this kind of from the commercial side, a little bit more from the health system side, where we're not burdening families at the start. And that definitely is a pattern that we see with disease treatment as well, and looking for cures for genetic diseases and things like that, where the parents, the families are creating these organizations. They're fighting for the federal funding so that they can find a cure for other people's children who will be afflicted with this genetic mutation in the future. So I think we see parallels in a lot of different places, and I'd love for that to change.
For hardware, it's a little bit different. For hardware, the technologies and the innovations, improvements are happening at a pretty fast pace. And with every launch of a new technology, you need to go through FDA registrations. In our case, we're a class 1, so it's a little bit easier. But we also have to go through clinical studies, some validation studies, some safety studies too, to make sure that in our case, we have magnets in our device. They don't interfere with any other implants in your body. So what ends up happening is sometimes the technology is ready, and we put it into the system, we put it out into the public, but the clinical study is not ready yet. The clinical study between the IRB and the ethics, and then waiting for the publication to come out could take up to a year and a half. So we do have to always, we're constantly chasing. The data for version 1 of our product came out, the clinical study came out publicly the day that we launched the study 2, the version 2 of our technology. So then everybody's asking, where's the data for the version 2? And we gotta wait for it. And it was COVID, so we had to wait for some clinic to free up some time to actually have the opportunity to work with us on a study. So you're constantly chasing that validation, and at the same time, what we try to do is to offer a 30-day money-back guarantee, a warranty. Patients can try it from the comfort of their home. That way they can do it comfortably, and they can do it at the minimum cost possible.
Great. Okay, last question for the two of you before we break. You all are growing your solutions from the ground up. How do you think about ensuring CAMI and SteadyWare stay very personalized in the care that you're delivering while scaling and growing into larger organizations?
I'm happy to go first. What do you think? Yeah. This is an easy answer for me because CAMI is extremely personal at its core. The focus is on the patient. And while I think it would be great for us to figure out a solution as well, and providers have asked for it too, how can this integrate with my workflow? How can I get those insights that people put into CAMI or trends that they're seeing or notes that they're adding? How do I see kind of a high level view of that? Or how do I put information back? Like that two-way flow could be really important. But I think the whole focus is on the patient, and let's see, let's track how they're doing over time. Let's provide insights that are really tailored. So I think doing anything else would be kind of antithetical for us.
I think the twofold for us, of course, there's an aesthetic component because this is something you're wearing on your hand. Eventually giving it the availability in different colors, different skin add-ons, things like that is definitely something on our radar. And another one is, if we decide to one day have an electronic version, then patient monitoring would be something we would chase too. We're still weighing that out and identifying whether or not it's possible, but both from a regulatory and reimbursement standpoint before we make the leap forward. So keep an eye on our website for any progress there.
We will stay tuned. Okay, that's all we have time for. Thank you, Olivia and Emil, for your contributions. Yes. We're going to take a brief break. We're going to reconvene at 2:15 Central, and then we're going to get into the Startup Showcase and hear all 5 companies deliver their pitches. So come back at 2:15, and we'll see you in a few. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Thanks for sticking with us throughout the day full of insights, ideas, and conversation. As promised, we are closing out the day with our most anticipated session, the Startup Showcase. Before we dive in, a quick note that for those that are joining us here in person, we invite you to stick around after the showcase for a reception. It'll be right out these doors over here. We'll have appetizers and beverages. It's a great chance to connect with the founders that you're about to hear from, our partners, and of course, each other. Okay, so here's how the Startup Showcase is going to work. Each startup is going to have 7 minutes to present their solution, followed by 5 minutes of Q&A with our expert panelists who are right here. So unfortunately, there's no audience Q&A for this one. So don't submit questions to Slido, because no one will see them. This is a fast-paced format really designed to give you more of a glimpse behind the solution and the thinking behind it. We know you heard from all of our innovators today, but we want to show you a bit more about what they're up to. All of the startups that you'll hear from are part of the accelerator cohort. Each company is receiving a $10,000 stipend, a 6-month Matter membership, and the opportunity to connect with key partners across the healthcare ecosystem. And in the coming weeks, one of these companies will be selected to conduct a validation study with a participating site. So that won't be announced today, but stay tuned. We'll send a note out to everyone who's attended to let you know who's going to receive the validation study. We have 3 wonderful experts here with us today who are going to be asking the presenters their questions. Nadine Lindley is the Executive Director of Mature Brands and Innovation at Lundbeck. Nadine is a pharmacist by trade. She's been deeply involved in this initiative since day one and brings a real strategic lens to both innovation and commercialization. Dimitra Georgianopoulou, yes, is a general partner at Cure Ventures. She really brings deep expertise in early stage healthcare investment and innovation strategy. She has a keen eye for identifying where solutions fit and how they scale. Last but not least, we have Nasha Fitter, who was today's keynote speaker. As you know, she is the co-founder and CEO of FoxG1 Research and the co-founder and chief business officer of Citizen Health, where she works at the intersection of patient advocacy and biotech innovation. We're thrilled to have the 3 of you with us today to kick off this next round of conversation and discovery. So with that, I think I covered it all. We're going to kick it off with our first presenter. Welcome up Avantika from Mission MD.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Avantika. I'm a neuroscientist working at Mission MD, where our mission is to advance brain health through the eye. Can you see my screen? Yeah. Can you still see my screen? It's blurry, right? So blurry vision or double vision is a huge concern. Each year, there were 100 million eye exams performed, and the chief complaint with which patients go to see their primary or secondary care provider, like a neurologist, is blurry vision. Now, in the best case, all that's needed is a pair of corrective glasses. But sometimes this can actually mask a more serious underlying neurological issue. This was the case of this individual who actually was diagnosed with depression. This 55-year-old female was not satisfied and kept experiencing blurry vision problems, and that's why she came to see our medical director, a neuro-ophthalmologist. When he observed her eyes with our device here, he saw what the problem was. Can you see that as well? Something seems off, right? But you don't really know why. What he found was that this person actually had these macrosaccadic square wave jerks, which were present in the horizontal direction. This got worse when she was looking up or in the left side direction. And also, she was not really able to move her eyes up and down as well, but she was fine when she was moving her eyes side to side in the horizontal plane. All these three things, together with her medical history, were sufficient for the diagnosis of progressive supranuclear palsy, according to the Movement Disorder Society. So what is progressive supranuclear palsy, or PSP? It's a rare neurological disorder that affects middle-aged adults above the age of 50, men more than women. Unfortunately, this condition is misdiagnosed more than 50% of the time with other issues such as Parkinson's disease, depression, or dementia. And this causes a big problem because patients are put on the wrong medication. Sadly, the median rate of survival for this condition is only 5 years, and there's no known cure. And the lack of diagnosis and even having functional biomarkers makes it difficult for drug development. While ocular motor biomarkers can be used as a great means for diagnosing and tracking these patients, you need an expert who's a neuro-ophthalmologist only available in tertiary care centers. With only 500 of these experts in the US, you can imagine how difficult that is for patients. At Mission MD, we want to change this. We want to channel in a new era of oculomics by making increased accessibility for high-quality eye movement testing available at the primary and secondary care level, which in turn can improve targeted screening for at-risk groups. This can also help improve the sensitivity of diagnosis. With patients getting earlier diagnosis, they then have more agency to know what their prognosis is and treatment plans. Additionally, this can help in tracking as well as monitoring treatment effects of new disease treatments. The way we're doing this is with our device. It's called NEOS, the world's first neuro-ophthalmoscope, which leverages the latest advances in virtual reality, infrared eye tracking, and AI. NEOS uses these gamified stimuli to produce specific ocular motor responses that our technology then tracks and produces a report in less than 3 minutes. All you need is a stable internet connection. The tests are as short as 2 minutes and as long as 12. Right now, we actually have been awarded a $1 million grant with the study taking place at the University of Zurich and the University of Exeter. The PI, Dr. Konrad Weber, is a world-renowned movement disorder specialist and highlights that if we have such biomarkers where we can distinguish PSP from the more common Parkinson's diagnosis, it can be a game changer if you have simple ocular motor biomarkers for that identification, especially because movement disorder specialists have been looking for this for years but haven't found that yet. Our team mainly consists of experts who are doctors, entrepreneurs, scientists, and engineers with over decades of experience. As we expand into the US, we've also roped in Dr. Joe Rizzo at Mass Eye and Ear, a world-renowned neuro-ophthalmologist, and Dr. Bob Sircott at Wills Eye Hospital to help us in our mission. The main market that we're targeting is the neurodiagnostic space, valued at over $15 billion. However, we're using a top-down approach, first looking at tertiary care centers and eventually developing the product down to the level of primary and secondary care. We're focusing on conditions such as Parkinson's and MS and their associated rare disorders like PSP and MO. And mainly we're doing this because there's a greater prevalence of neurological conditions, a need for newer therapies because of shortage of staff, as well as a greater demand of point-of-care solutions. The model that we're using involves a CapEx or a pay-per-use, where you have a hardware component and you're buying a software subscription. The best part, our tests are reimbursed because our device is a registered device with the FDA, and this minimum reimbursement is around $75. If not, it could be billed for out-of-pocket use. Where we are differentiated from our competition is that we're at the intersection of eye health and brain health. We're also closer to the big players in the market with the services that we're offering. And recently, we got a strategic investment from Topcon Healthcare. In terms of our roadmap, we launched last year as a Class 1 medical device in the US and started collaborations with several neurology and neuro-ophthalmology departments. This year, we're kind of expanding our presence in the secondary space in neurology, and we're also looking to expand our functional biomarker program in both Parkinson's and multiple sclerosis. We also have a strategic investment, and as we move forward, we want to develop a more easy-to-use device for primary care, having a traffic light yes-no model to help these practitioners better identify patients that need more supervised care. We've got $10 million of funding till date, and right now we're raising our bridge round for $5 million. Of this, we've already secured $4 million, with the big investment being from Topcon Healthcare, and are looking for $1 million additionally, which will be used for device development, as well as getting our Class 2 designation and getting us to that next stage for 2026. With that, I want to say that we have a clear application for rare diseases such as PSP, as well as other neurological disorders. We have already launched a product in the market, which is a medical device. We have a profitable business model, as well as differentiated from the competition with our offerings. We have strategic investment from a key player that we hope to exit with. And lastly, we have a fantastic leadership team to get there. With that, thank you for your time, and sorry for the technical difficulties.
Great job, Avantika. We'll now go to our expert panelists for questions.
I can start. Great presentation so far. Okay, so maybe help me understand that you started with PSP, you're ending with PSP, but then you went to atypical Parkinson's, MS. Your Class 1 submission to the FDA was for what indication? What were your claims?
For the Class 1 device, we're just a measurement device for various neuro-ophthalmology conditions. So we're measuring different conditions, but we still have the doctor having to make the final diagnosis for it.
And what's the workflow? Like, where are you embedded? Like, what is the patient workflow? Let's say I'm any of these people, even PSP.
Yeah.
And I'm worried about my eyes.
Yeah.
What do I do?
So
Where will I find your device?
So you can find our device either at optometry or secondary like ophthalmology or neurology clinic, where you can come in. As you're waiting in the waiting room, you can have assessments being done. This is currently being done by our client, USC Keck School of Medicine, Roski Eye Institute. They have this device along with other systems where they have the patient come in, the technician runs them through all the different devices, gets the report, and then the neuro-ophthalmologist comes in the evening and gets a comprehensive picture. We are doing the more functional assessment of eye movements, but also there are other devices that do the structural assessments. And this together, combined with the patient history, helps give the doctor a comprehensive overview of what's happening. So that's one use case. The other use case is the patient does the assessments. By the time they enter with the doctor has a report in their hand because they only have 5 minutes time to do the assessments with the patient. So now they have more information than having to do the current gold standard, which is follow my eye because you said you have problems and let me figure out what the issue is. Sometimes you can miss things because if you're not trained to see what you have to see, it might not be clear.
And does your device tell me it's Parkinson's or not? Or?
Not yet. We are not at that stage to do that because that would be a diagnostic, and FDA does not allow for it right now as a Class 1 medical device. But this year we are applying for our Class 2 and have already cleared preliminary talks with the FDA on how the language should be for submission.
Can you talk a little bit more about your competitors and specifically, how do you view them and how have you differentiated your product from your competitors, especially when you think about user experience, reimbursement, uptake in the marketplace?
Sure. So you might have heard of a lot of like VR-based headset devices. They're mainly in the eye care space, so more ophthalmology focused. These headsets tend to use a frame rate of at least 80 to 120 hertz. We are operating at a frame rate of 200 hertz. What that allows us to do is much more comprehensive testing that's focused on the neurology aspect as well as the ophthalmology. And that's where we're differentiator, firstly, in terms of just the technology. Secondly, we're able to bill for different sort of examinations compared to them. They're doing the exams that a technician would already do, but nothing that's new. So while they're more focused on efficiency, we're focused on providing a sort of service that's not available right now.
Quick, great presentation. By the way, it was excellent, even with the technical difficulties. So I have a question kind of following up is, so when you're selling this into an institution, it seems because of what you just said, you are selling to neuro-ophthalmologists, right? And could that be difficult though, because how many centers have neuro-ophthalmology? Do most centers tend to have neurology and then ophthalmology, and the budgets are different, and this kind of falls between? Have you found that to be an issue?
So firstly, we are focusing on this top-down approach, like I said. So we have targeted different neuro-ophthalmology centers. At least 8 different centers in the US are currently using us, either as a collaborative environment or have bought our device, and this year we're selling more. For the neuro-ophthalmologists, they get a high rate of false positives. So this helps them differentiate which patient really needs to be seen versus not. They do coordinate with neurology, so that's where we have the device being used in neurology and that talk between neurology and neuro-ophthalmology. Interestingly, a big center which we didn't realize was emergency rooms. Patients go there when they have blurry vision problems and don't know which doctor to go to. So we're currently doing a study with Mass General Hospital combined with neuro-ophthalmology at Mass Eye and Ear to figure out how to incorporate that workflow and which tests are most useful versus not, and how to even speed that up. So currently our tests take 12 minutes to do. Can we get that down to 5 or even 3 minutes? That's the goal over there.
We have time for one more quick question if we have another one from the panel.
Have you done a value analysis committee package? Have you talked to hospitals, value analysis committees, teams? Are they interested in getting this? Is it saving them any money, or?
So it's saving them a lot of time with false referrals, false positive referrals. And in terms of like value generation right now, that's where these collaborative studies come in. So we're doing this as a study with the goal that the healthcare system will buy more devices once they see the data from their own system. So that's a big goal with us at Houston Methodist, for instance, where it's only one hospital that provides neuro-ophthalmology for the whole state of Texas. But they have multiple satellite clinics, and the goal is if this one center approves of us, then satellite clinics get us, and then we get incorporated into the workflow. But it's easier said than done, because like we discussed in the morning with the panel, doctors don't want to change the way things are done, so how do we find the most efficient way for them to do it? And that's where we're trying to focus on the assistants taking up more of the testing, with the doctors only focusing on interpretation. But that's still an iterative process.
Great job, Avantika. Okay, next up we have Shadrach from SurTracker. Shadrach, come on up.
All right. Can you all hear me? All right. Hi, I'm Shadrach Igwe, co-founder of SurTracker. About 2 years ago, when my wife was diagnosed with MS, at the time, it was in the early stages of our dating. So I wanted to impress her. I saw a chance to build her something. So I told her, don't worry, I am going to build you something, and it will knock your socks off. So I thought, it's easy. I'm a software engineer. I can build just about anything. So I built her a simple tool. And at the time, this wasn't supposed to be a business. But then she spoke to her friends, and her friends were like, yeah, we need to get in on that. And then they started using it. And as her friends were using it, we launched it in the App Store. And then the biggest hospital in Houston reached out and said, hey, can you help us onboard 15,000 of our nurses? And my answer to that was absolutely not. So After considering and talking to mentors, they say, go back and say yes. I said, okay, we'll do that. So we got a $5,000 grant, and we went into 4 different hospitals, and we started validation studies, monitoring all the nurses and seeing what currently out there. And SAT-Tracker was born. So what's the problem? The problem with today's way of compliance is it's too complicated. Everything is manual labor. Everything is paper-based. So if you're a nurse, like my wife, who has almost 15 certifications and has to have 100 continuing education hours, you have to track each individual 1 hour separately. And most of the application currently out there right now, you have to type it in, upload, type, and that can take you a whole different days to do that. But with us, we built a system that is totally different from what is currently out there right now. So SAT-Tracker is a completely standalone, fully integrated application that tracks your compliance. You don't actually have to do anything. All you have to do is just drag and drop, and our AI takes it, summarizes, and tells you what you have, when it expires, send you all the things that you need. And that's basically as simple as it gets. If you're a healthcare system, you do the same thing. You just feed it all the information that you have, and we take the rest from there. The traction that we have so far, we've actually made major strides. In less than a year and a half, we've started generating revenue. Our problem hasn't been customers. Our problem has been being able to pay for Google Cloud that we need to actually expand. So right now, we have over 1,000 people. We have almost 10,000 people waiting to actually use our application. We have 4 pilot programs that are currently running. We have one of the largest credentialing, nurse credentialing organization that we signed a mutual NDA, waiting for us to onboard our application. And the list goes on, which, as you can read, we've won $45,000 in grants. We've won pitch competition after pitch competitions. This is our business model currently. We have a B2B and B2C. Our B2C is currently very profitable. We have people who are willing to give us money, but we can't onboard all of them all at once. So they have to be on a wait list to be onboarded. Our B2B is for the healthcare systems. So we are partnering with different organizations in order to onboard them one at a time. We have 14 that are currently waiting to pilot with us. And then we have 5 revenue streams. Just run too fast. Here is our impact and roadmap. Currently, like I said, hospitals using SAT-Tracker have lessened their onboarding time by 80%, and we are giving hospitals their time back. This is what differentiates us from the competition. We are the only application out there that you don't have to type anything. You just feed it and forget about it. And here's the market opportunity. There is about $15 billion in total addressable market, and the serviceable addressable market is about $7.5 billion. We are just targeting 10% of the nursing workforce right now. We have a dream team that can do just about anything, starting from my co-founder, who is an ER nurse and has been in the healthcare field for over 20 years. And here's our ask. So we just need $500,000 to pour fuel into this, pour gasoline into this fire. And we will need to just expand our enterprise solution and get things moving. So if you care about the nurses who take care of the people and you care to give them their time back to make their life easier, join us. Meet us at the back if you would like to talk. Thank you.
Great job. We'll take questions from the expert panelists.
So excellent presentation, and I think the fact that you have consumers willing to pay you, that actually means a lot as the end user, and it's so hard to get consumers to pay for software, so congratulations, and that you also have a waiting list. I was just wondering, when I was looking at your price sheet, it seemed like the enterprise, which I would agree is the way you would really want to get this going to make a lot of money, the most expensive was $10,000 a year.
Yes.
And so I'm just curious, like, that doesn't seem like very much. Like, how many, what is your target in terms of how many institutions you want to sell to? Because the sales process to an institution is so long, and at the end, if you're only getting 10K, how many do you need to sell to satisfy a venture-backed business that has to grow at, a high multiple per year?
Great question. What I would say about that is the price is not fixed. The price is according to the number of nurses or according to the number of users. So right now, the minimum number is 100. That's $10,000. So if you have more than 100, we have to negotiate how much that will cost. So the minimum is for medium-sized, small-sized facilities. And so the barrier to entry to that is $10,000 is easy enough for you to pay to give your nurses access and be able to have the insight that you need.
You've mentioned a lot about nurses. Can you talk more about other customers that you're directing this to how you would roll that out, what's your rollout plan look like, and how you want to scale that up, as well as when you think about just certifications. Every specialty has different types of certifications, as well as businesses have different types of certifications. So how are you managing the differentiation of those?
Currently, we're focusing on nurses because that's the largest subset of the healthcare workforce. So the partnership that we currently have is AHA that provides certification. We have ANCC that provides 60-70% of the certification for nurses. And then a few other organizations like the American Nursing Leadership. And so AONL have all of the nurse leadership in their fold. So we're going where we can easily acquire the people that we need rather than pursuing other places that we haven't really validated. So our validation has mainly focused on nursing, and we've done a great job of that. We understand them, we know what they eat, we know what they, how they talk, how they sleep, what they need. So if you ask me, I will tell you how the shift goes from A to Z. We know all about them.
Questions for you. Excellent presentation, by the way, and great energy. Thank you. The first question is, there are organizations that are certified to do CE, continuing education.
Yes.
Are you thinking of maybe directly connecting with them as well? Could they be part of your champions that are like sponsors or promoters?
Great question. So the current system that we have out there is completely all over the place.
Fragmented.
So there's continuing education providers like CE Broker. And then there are smaller ones that provide CEs. And so what we're currently doing is our API will integrate to different places where you have CEs. And the largest provider of CE is the American Nurses Association. We currently have a mutual non-disclosure agreement where we're working towards, if you take any of their CEs, you take any of their certifications, you don't actually have to download anything. You can drag and drop it into our digital wallet, and so on and so forth. So the partnership we've built so far is built in such a way that it's not a bridge to nowhere. There is interoperability amongst all our partners. So you take the certifications, it's already built into what you paid for. So you download our app for free, you drag and drop those, and you are good to go. So like I said, what have been holding us back is actually scaling in terms of the Google Cloud that we need. We have the manpower, we have the customers, and then we know how to build because the nurses are building, they are designing it, and we are just giving them what they want.
Going back to Nasha's question at the beginning, do you know approximately what would be your customer acquisition costs? Like if you wanted to go after a different hospital altogether, do you know how much you would need to spend to get that
Currently, our customer acquisition right now for all the nurses that we have is 0. We haven't spent any money to acquire customers. Yes. But to acquire customers from hospitals and so on, we are partnering with the people who actually own or have access to the nurses, which is the nurse leadership. So AONL have access to all the nurses. So if they say, this is good for you to use, the nurses won't say, why are we using it? And so we were selected for the Nurse Innovator Showcase, where we presented in April in Boston. And they have continuously keep reaching out in terms of the nurses, nurse leaders who are willing to test it out. During the Nurses Week, we reached out to 100 nurse leaders, and we will be onboarding them. They will have 3-month access into our platform, which is called Nurse Managers. That's a separate application for the nurse managers to be able to onboard their nurses, and nurses can sync their wallet to the Nurse Manager app. So everyone has insight, both from the nurse manager side and from the individual nurses. So our customer acquisition right now, I would say, I can't give you a number because we haven't actually been spending money to do none of that.
Great job. That's
Thank
all
you.
the time we have for questions.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Olivia from CAMI Health. Olivia.
Thank you so much, everyone. So nice to see you again. As you know, my name is Olivia, and I'm the founder of CAMI Health. CAMI is a digital care assistant for families caring for loved ones with medical complexities or rare neurological disorders. So my journey started with my son, Cameron, who's now 4. He lives with congenital CMV, cytomegalovirus, which is a virus that affected him while I was pregnant with him and caused brain malformations. So he lives with severe rare epilepsy, DSWAS, for those of you who are epileptologists in the room, cerebral palsy, global delays, and a lot of other things that affect his quality of life and his day-to-day. So managing his day-to-day care, all the therapies, all of the doctor's visits, the calls that I needed to make, the forms I needed to fill out, the medications that kept changing. It was quickly overwhelming for me and for my husband who was helping with the care. And so we decided that I would drop to part-time. We were both working full-time just to manage the day-to-day. And so when that happened, I started looking around for solutions that could help me manage things, and I mostly came up empty-handed, which was extremely frustrating in the 2020s. So I took my nearly 10 years of healthcare IT expertise and software development skills and created what is now CAMI, not just for me, but for the millions of families like mine across the nation. Children like Cam and adults with rare neurological disorders often require lifelong care from multiple family caregivers, paid caregivers, across multiple specialties, providers, and health systems. And what we've seen is that these families are invisible and feel unsupported. They are expected to be project managers and medical experts with little to no support. The tools that they are using are across the board and very disorganized. You have medication reminders on Post-its on the fridge. You've got critical health appointments and shared Google calendars. You have critical health information scattered across multiple patient portals and in email threads. You have a binder of everything written up for grandma, but then it's out of date the next weekend, and you're answering questions via text constantly. This disorganization not only increases the mental load, but it puts the patient's health and safety at risk, whether that might be missed medication doses, delayed care, or worse. And it's not a small problem. So our initial focus is on the pediatric population, children with medical complexity. They're less than 1% of the pediatric population, it's true. Yet they account for nearly 1/3 of US pediatric healthcare spend. More than half of moms quit to manage care. This, again, makes these families feel invisible and unsupported, and that's the barrier that I built CAMI to break. Think of CAMI as the air traffic controller for a patient's care. So it plugs into your electronic health record, it brings in everything every day automatically, keeps it all up to date. So, your appointments, your visit notes, test results, medications, allergies, diagnoses, you name it. So that It can decrease that mental load and ensure nothing falls through the cracks. And this EHR is what sets CAMI apart from its competitors because it provides an actionable starting point for these families, and then they can take that information, add to it, make sure it's right, share it with other people, act on it, track changes, so that they can actually take action and keep their loved ones healthy at home. And it works. So last summer, my mother-in-law on the screen was taking care of my 3 children, including Cam. And she did not know that Cam was on a temporary 3-day benzo bridge on diazepam for his seizures that were out of control at the time. I forgot to tell her, and he needed a dose at lunch. And she saw it on Cami. We had just started using it for meds. I had just finished writing that code up. And she saw it, and she texted me, hey, what is this, and do I need to give it to him? Where is it? And I said, oh, my God, absolutely, please do. If he had missed that medication, it's very likely we would have been in the emergency room that night, could have triggered a seizure. So just that one instance saved us a lot of heartache, a lot of time, and it saved the healthcare system a lot of money. So CAMI is bringing confidence and clarity to the chaos of daily care. Moms are telling us in our user research, this is the tool I wish I had when we first started this journey. And when this mom told me that, I said, yeah, me too. All right, so right now, CAMI is direct to consumer for a $10 a month fee as we focus on user feedback and gaining traction. But long term, as I mentioned in the panel, this isn't something that families should pay for. So the goal is for this to be a B2B2C play with our customers being payers and health systems who would benefit the most monetarily from us keeping these families home and healthy. We've been so blessed to be participating in 2 wonderful accelerators, one with Matter and one with Mass Challenge. These programs have helped us really position ourselves strongly, firm up our backlog, and also make great connections in the healthcare space. And right now, we are on the cusp of 2 wonderful opportunities. One, we're in talks with the Complex Care Clinic at Boston Children's for a potential pilot or partnership, kind of talking and figuring out what would work there. And then one is, which has a definitive timeline, is a pilot with Good Shepherd Community Care. Massachusetts has a program called the Pediatric Palliative Care Network, where they provide wraparound services and extra therapies to families in the state who have children with medical complexity. So we're partnering with them for a 6-month pilot to get more user feedback and see what it looks like when we have more users using this app day to day, which is very exciting. So speaking of that, here's kind of a timeline of where we're at. We're at the point where I just want to clone myself because we know what we need to do. We have crystal clear user feedback. We just need to get it done as fast as possible. So namely, while we have this pilot going on, we have 3 user features, which again, I mentioned in the panel, like one, we need to make our EHR just a little bit more smoothly with that integration, make sure that all that information comes in great and it's really easy to reconcile if you have records at multiple different places. So finishing that up, tying it up with a bow. Symptom trackers as well, and then that DME supply management. If you have someone who you love who is G-tube fed or they need respiratory treatments at home, all of that comes in the mail every month, and a lot of times you have to remember what you need to ask for, who you need to call, and when. And if you call too early, you got to call back later. If you call too late, you're out of supplies. So we want to help families make sure that they have what they need at home. And once that's all wrapping up, we're going to really work on finalizing our fundraising. So I imagine that we're going to be beginning fundraising a pre-seed round, probably around $1 million or less, to expand our team. Right now it's just me, find another couple co-founders. And as we do that, we'll really firm up our plan for the next 18 months and what are the milestones we want to meet there. Speaking of team, my background is I have 10 years of software development expertise at Athena Health. In that role, I've done different projects ranging from revenue cycle management all the way to population health, so I'm deeply embedded in that space. And as you know, I've been a complex caregiver for 4 years now. I currently hold the title of CAMI's most active user, though I will be very happy when I give that title up one day to another user. So. I am a solo founder, but CAMI is supported by professionals with experience ranging from innovation in the pediatric space to complex care to family caregiving. Professionals in this space are drawn to CAMI and its mission because they know how much of an impact it can have on families caring for loved ones with rare neurological disorders or other medical complexities. So in summary, the current healthcare solution and space is not built for rare disease families, but CAMI is. We are reducing that invisible labor, we are increasing safety, and we're giving caregivers room to breathe and enjoy their family members and be with their loved ones. We're reimagining what care coordination looks like, and we're just getting started. So if you're interested in partnering with us or potentially investing or just want to learn more, please come chat with me. I'd love to talk with you. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you again to Matter for including us in this incredible cohort.
That was wonderful, thank you. Two questions. One is, you've talked about payers being who you want to pay.
Yeah.
So what is your plan for demonstrating value to the payer, either in terms of health economics or cost savings models, so that they will become the payer and create that value? And then my second question is, are you able to share the information you aggregate back with your healthcare providers?
Yeah, absolutely. So first question first, for payers and how do we get that kind of payment model working? So I have a bunch of things on my checklist of ways that we can kind of demonstrate cost savings long term. So one, I did a deep dive into a bunch of like HEDIS measures and things like that. How can we use this kind of quality measures to help back up CAMI's case? So there's one for children with medical complexity that is used, it's survey-based. So, it's qualitative, not quantitative, but, how easy is it for you to access your therapies? Are you getting your medications on time? Things like that CAMI can really, at its core, help with. So I'm looking forward to measuring that from our users as we go along. But also, we have the whole patient record. When you start a CAMI account, you're bringing in your past data too. It doesn't just start that day. So we can get hard data on inpatient utilization, how often are you going to your visits, are you missing appointments, things like that, so we can tell that story along the way from before you started using CAMI to after, so we can have some hard data to back up those healthcare savings. Your second question, I'm sorry?
Are you able to share the data that you aggregate back with your healthcare providers and partners?
So that is definitely on our roadmap right now. It's a purely patient-facing application, but we have been asked by providers, is there a way for us to have two-way communication? We absolutely want to do that.
Great presentation, and thank you for your courage to do this. I have two questions for you. The first one is, as I look at what it offers, the majority of the therapeutic companies out there care about adherence the most. Like, how can you make sure that they stay on their medication? Yep. Is there any kind of business model that you can think that you can collaborate with some of these pharma companies, and then you can make sure that the patients stay on the medication for as long as possible?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Nasha probably has thought about this too with her company as well. I think, there are a lot of companies out there that focus just on medication adherence, and I don't think that's necessarily the play here. I think that for a lot of our users, the families they want to remember to give their loved ones the medications, right? But where it gets hard is tracking things that get complicated, like titration schedules, sharing with other people. So while I'm not necessarily focused on how do we make sure that we're like driving adherence up, it's more like how do we just make sure that they have the information they need when they need it. So we are going to do things like reminders, and you can get a ding on your phone when it is time to do a medication. Something a friend of mine was asking for that I was interviewing, she said, my son is at a boarding school, he's a teenager now, how can I make it so that he gets a ding to give his medication, and then I get a ding an hour later if he forgot, right? Like, that would be great. So you can call if there's something that's missed, right? So I think like thinking about kind of the fringes of just purely driving medication adherence, and more like how do we build up the support behind that is our goal.
And then the next thing that comes to mind, because it also feels a little bit like, I don't know how your schedule is, but you have to take care of your kid, and then you have to remember to put this in. You have to take care of your kid and put this in. And I don't know if it's too much at some point, and if you have to do this every day. Especially the symptom tracker seems like overwhelming to me, that you have to do this every day. The flip side of that story is that there's a lot of effort, especially from the FDA, even for post-market surveillance these days, to do PROs, patient-reported outcomes, to show quality of life as the most important endpoint. And I'm wondering if there's a way that you can weave that in and then have that like QOL as
absolutely. Yeah, I love when people start asking questions like this, because I think what you can see, if you really understand kind of the point of CAMI, again, we're talking about like that pyramid, right? It's like, how do we bring in the data? How do we make sure that they're safe? And then where do you go from there? Like once you have like the basic layers, there are a million different directions you can go, and you can really brainstorm, how do we make this easy? You just mentioned like, how do we make it so, what if you're kind of caring for your kid one thing and then you're like, oh, like he had a seizure, I want to write that down, or like I need to remember to call this person, right? What if we could add an agent to Cami, so you could just press a button and be like, oh, like add this task, while I'm thinking about it, instead of me actually like writing it down into Cami. What if we're talking about, one of the doctors on the panel was like, oh, we have a recording device in the office now, so we can actually they write the notes for us. Why can't the parents have that too, right? Their doctors don't always have that. The parents are going in, they're getting these diagnoses. They're like, I don't know what happened. I walked in, I walked out. Now my kid has a rare form of epilepsy that's going to affect them the rest of their life. I was just told that I need to save up because they're not going to be able to be independent. You don't remember that they also told you to call these 3 people, right? But if you had a recording device that wrote that out for you, converted those into tasks, right? So I think that there are so many ways we can do this to kind of provide more support. And I think I a little bit lost the plot, but there are so many different ways I think that we can partner with, quality of life and how are we tracking things long term. Cami is all about that longitudinal patient record, and I think that where does that play in? So many different places.
When does this go beyond just you? Because everything you're describing is very aspirational, but at the same time so needed.
Mm-hmm.
So at what point do you grow beyond you?
Yeah, so right now, I will say like most of the stuff is just technical work that needs to get done, right? Adding, notes and thinking about AI, and like those are all things that I have the technical ability to do. It's just, again, like I said, I just want to clone myself. I need 5 of me so we can just go. I would love to have another person on my team who has more product and business expertise so that I can feel free to really dive in on the technical and let them drive a little bit there. So going beyond me in terms of team, like I would love that yesterday or 3 years ago when I started typing. But yeah, I don't know if that directly answered your question, but yeah, that'd be great.
Okay, I've got a quick question. So when I think about the value that you're providing, the group that seems to be getting the most value is the actual caregiver or patient themselves, right? When I think about payers or I think about doctors, it doesn't seem like that value is as high as it is for the actual patient to manage their care. And selling into institutions is a very long sales process, and there's only one of you. And so I'm curious why you're not just going direct to consumer and really putting all your eggs in that basket and really pushing that, because it's also hard as a small company to have multiple types of customers, especially when those customers are so complicated, like a tertiary care center, a complex care center, and sometimes as startups you get one and you get excited, but it's got to keep growing.
Yeah.
So just curious if, because the value is so high to the patient, you seem to be getting really good user feedback.
Mm-hmm.
And if a consumer is willing to pay, even if you had a freemium model first and then, why you wouldn't just kind of go direct to consumer?
Yeah, absolutely. And the answer is largely philosophical. Right now we are direct to consumer because somebody has to help me pay for these bills, right? It costs money to serve software. Our end customer is always going to be the patient, right? I don't want to end up kind of on a side road because Blue Cross said that they'll pay for this, but they want these 10 features for, their company. And, I don't want to go off into side roads like that where we're really deviating from our core software and from our purpose. However, I do believe deeply that families shouldn't have to pay for this. And so that's why my North Star is to go B2B2C. But I also don't want to make Cami inaccessible to people who aren't members of the payers who buy into Cami, for example. So I do foresee that kind of direct-to-consumer option still staying there, definitely while we grow and potentially beyond there as well.
That's all we have time for. Thanks, Olivia. Great job.
Thanks so much.
Next up, we have Claudia from Saventech.
Hi, everyone. I'm Claudia. I'm representing 17 Health. And, well, I would like to start asking you a question. Currently, we have 30 million patients with rare diseases here in the US. And what if you're one of them? Oops. I'm asking you this because rare diseases affect 1 every 1.6K Americans, but they're still overlooked. And there are a couple of reasons. First of all, rare diseases, as we already shared about this during this event, they are still unknown by most healthcare professionals, leading to misdiagnosis since rare diseases symptoms can be confused with other conditions. And there is also a lack of scalable tools able to flag early signs and help doctors and hospitals to refer patients accordingly. This poor funnel slows diagnosis and care. I don't know if you're aware of this, but there is only 40 reference centers to take care of all these 30 million patients. This is an impossible mission. And because of that, patients usually they wait over 5 years to get a final answer, depending on the condition. And during this time, their symptoms can get worse and sometimes even permanent. This also represents a high medical cost. Only here in the US, every year the government spends $140K per patient, which is a lot. So what if we could predict rare diseases earlier and reduce this burden? What if we could predict rare diseases instead of just treating them when the symptoms are getting worse or permanent? 17 Health is redefining rare diseases diagnosis. Our AI-based solution helps doctors, patients, and institutions to detect risks earlier, saving time, money, and lives. So we develop AI-based algorithms that help flagging patients with a high risk of rare disease. I'm not saying we diagnose patients, we just flag the risk. The diagnosis is a task for the doctors and so on. So how we create our algorithms? We use anonymized patient records and scientific knowledge to build our algorithms. Then we create and train them with NLP and AI-based technology. After that, we test our algorithms on real life with patients that were already diagnosed with this particular disease to ensure the algorithm is working. And then we implement it on hospitals, servers, and in our online platform. And this is working. Our algorithms, they are between 5 to 7 times faster, more accurate and more effective than traditional diagnostic methods. And by traditional diagnostic methods, I mean this whole journey we are all aware of. And for example, myelofibrosis algorithm is 32% more accurate than the traditional methods. We currently have 12 million patients worldwide in our database, and we were able to identify 200 diagnoses. I know it might seem little, but for rare diseases, it's a lot because they are rare, so there isn't many people with these conditions. We have 30 hospitals worldwide using our solution, and we currently have 50 algorithms available, meaning we are able to detect 50 different kinds of rare diseases. It's important to mention our certifications as well. So we are classified as a medical device class 2 in Europe and in Brazil, and in Canada as a medical device class 1. And we also have our ISO certification. And here's a little bit about our funding history. We started our pre-seed round in 2021, and this year we are planning to close the Series A with 10 million euros. Now I'm going to share a little bit about our business model. So pharmas are the one financing our projects. They define the disease they're looking for, the hospitals they would like to implement the solution, and also the KPIs. Then we develop the algorithm and implement them. to speed patients' journey, and then patients and hospitals can benefit from our solutions for free. Once the patients are analyzed and we have the diagnostic results, we share this data with pharma. Of course, we are not sharing any sensitive information. It's more the result of the diagnosis and some demographic information that it's valuable for pharma understanding patients' landscape. Our revenue model, so as I just mentioned it, patients and hospitals don't pay for our solution, so it's totally free. And pharmas, we charge them on a monthly cost based on the disease they are interested and in the region, because we understand each disease and each region has a different complexity, so we need to ensure the cost is covering those. Also, the cost decreases with scale. So, for example, if a pharma is interested in more than one disease, we can decrease the cost based on that. And we offer a 6-month pilot where pharmas, they can try our solution and see how it goes before signing a long-term agreement. Here is our roadmap. So 7TIC was founded in Poland. We are now expanding our operations across Europe. It was founded in 2029. And now we started our operations in Brazil in 2023, and we are still looking for strategic partnerships in other countries in Latam and also in working in our expansion. And here in the US, we are giving the very first steps. So we are working in our market preparation, also trying to find strategic partnerships and all the operational setup that we need to start things around here. Here are some of our C-levels. Our team is composed by medical KOLs, rare diseases specialists, healthcare and digital innovation experts. And this is it. So we are open to partnerships to pilot our project here and scale innovation together. If you have any questions, I will be glad to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a couple questions. So one, is your main competitor genetic testing companies?
No, we don't offer testing. We just flag the risk, and once there is a risk, like if our solution is implemented in hospitals, the hospital itself will take care of how they will address the patient, if they will start running other tests, etc. If the patient is asking an evaluation for themselves, then we refer them to a reference center.
Okay, understood. So my question's a bit like what I asked Olivia. So, the pharma sponsor is interesting. It reminds me of sponsored testing programs that genetic testing companies do, and pharma pays for those. The things is that that's always been a sort of a subset of their revenue. The main revenue that genetic testing companies make is from payers or medical institutions. So I'm just curious why you're giving the product for free to hospitals and charging pharma when it seems like the value is really with the hospital or the payer, because you're identifying, someone that could potentially benefit from genetic testing versus someone who doesn't, and that could save medical costs. Like, it just seems like the real value is there. I totally get the value for pharma as well. It just seems that's a secondary value, and there could be quite a bit of revenue left on the table.
Yeah, this is something we thought about and we consider it, but I guess it also depends on the country you're working on, because maybe and also if you're working with the public healthcare system and or the private healthcare system, in some cases there is a lot of bureaucracy, as you mentioned it as well, and this can be a barrier to us. And also, there is a limited budget, especially when we are working with less fortunate, I don't know if this is a proper word, countries. So, yeah, this is the reason right now we are not charging hospitals, but we are analyzing it.
Great presentation, lady. I know you said in the US you're just preparing the market. I don't know what that means, but have you done a competitive analysis of the players that are in the US? I've seen this from a couple of companies already, either doing it with claims data or doing it with EHR data, or doing it in combination data. So how are you different than these guys, and what's differentiating?
Yeah, what I meant by market research is just like you said, so understanding who are the competitors, how the healthcare system works here. I know that you rely a lot on insurance, and we are not so familiar with that, so we need to figure out how we can maybe partner with an insurance system as well to support our business. But, you know, to be honest, we don't see the competitors like our enemies. Actually, in Brazil, we have, I'm going to give a real example. We have another solution that is very similar to ours, but it's not focused on rare diseases. It's focused in all diseases. And we are actually partnering with them so we can offer our solution to more hospitals and raise awareness, maybe make a combined project and get in touch with pharma and offer with them.
Can you describe a little bit about how you're doing in Brazil? You're moving quickly across the globe, so talk a little bit about how you're doing there, how you built that market, and how are you using that information to extend into the U.S. then, as you're looking at preparing the market and building partnerships, and what are you willing to change?
Yeah, nice question. Well, in Brazil, I don't know if you are familiar with it, but we have a very good public healthcare system, SUS. But SUS is very bureaucratic because, you know, it's linked to the government. So there are several steps so you can partner with the public healthcare system. And there is the private healthcare system and private hospitals. We do have some partnerships there. One of them is with Beneficência Portuguesa. It's located in São Paulo, and we run a project about Castleman disease, which is a rare type of cancer, and we scanned, if I'm not mistaken, 30, I don't know, I will get the numbers and share with you later, but we scanned like this huge database, and our algorithms was able to flag patients with potential risk of Castleman, and then Beneficência Portuguesa was able to take care of these patients and check if the risk was right or not.
Fantastic job, Claudia. That's all we have time for. Okay. Last but not least, we have Emil from StudyWare.
Hey everyone, can you hear me okay? Screen? Slides? Good. Okay. Imagine waking up one day not being able to feed yourself, drink a glass of water, or dress yourself. This is a reality for both Mark and I's grandmothers who suffer of essential tremor, a debilitating hand tremor that leads to a lack of confidence, a lack of independence, and thanks to our devices, they were able to feed themselves again, drink a glass of water, and many other activities. So we quickly realized that this was not just a problem for our grandmothers. John on the screen here, he also suffers of essential tremor. He's gone through multiple different surgeries to try to stop the tremors, medications, none of them work. He struggles with daily activities like eating, drinking, writing. His quality of life is shot, his independence is shot, and the social isolation was getting the best of him. And this is pretty common. You know, if you have a tremor, you typically go to a physician, you get diagnosed, medication doesn't work, you jump directly to surgery. We really think there's a big market in between for wearables like the Steady 3 device, which you see on the screen. It's a Class 1 device registered with the FDA and Health Canada. We actually ran a small study for essential tremor, and we found that our device worked for 10 out of 12 patients. We actually compared it to a sham device and identified that the technology reduced tremors by 70% compared to a sham. And the white paper will be published very soon. Here's a sample of some of the studies that we were able to complete. And this is a writing test. As you can tell, the spiral test is very common with people with tremors. You can see that in both mild, moderate, or severe tremors, the significant improvement is quite visible. So our patented technology, it works very similar to what you've seen in earthquake design. You've seen this technology in those high-rise buildings that shake with earthquakes. What we did was we added magnets to it to widen the range of frequencies that we're able to tackle. The device is actually on my hand over here. It doesn't require any calibration. No charging is needed either, and it activates immediately. What's great about that is you can use it all day, and there are no subscriptions to hinder any room for access. So when you compare us to some of the players in the market, you can see that our device is not only effective and self-powered with the least amount of side effects and the lowest price tag, but also the only device that's demonstration friendly in the clinic. And that's because our device really requires no calibration and no charging. It's really easy to use. That makes us stand out in the market and really gives us a big step ahead of the competition. So in 2021, we launched the Steady 2 device. It's sitting on over 2,000 patients' hands. The Steady 3, we launched it for pre-orders in November. It's sitting on, we have 1,500 pre-orders to date. Next year, we're going to launch the Medicare approved version of our technology. This is the Steady 4. It's a smaller, lighter, more effective version, which will be prescription only. Today in the US, there are 1.6 million people that are in the healthcare system seeking treatment for essential tremor. That translates a TAM to $1.3 billion. When you factor in the fact that there's 10,000 physicians that are treating these patients, you sit at $660 million. Our conservative figure of a 20% demonstration conversion allows us to arrive at a sum of $132 million. When you look at how our company is currently set up with our business model, we have a contract manufacturer that builds our devices. And in 2022, we were selling direct to consumer. We found that it was really, really expensive. The cost of acquisition was high. The volume of the patients that were coming to our website were very low. So we started exploring a different channel, B2B2C and B2B. With the B2B2C, we've been able to secure 125 clinics across the United States and Canada, which are waiting for Steady 3 devices to start raising awareness about our technology, demonstrate the technology in the clinic. We were also able to close a deal on the B2B side with a VA distributor worth $2 million. This distributor is actually one of our investors now. They've joined our round as a strategic investor, and the deal is going pretty well. They've hit their MOQs every year, and we're very excited about that. Our unit economics have been really reduced from version to version. Our gross margin is currently sitting at almost 90%, and with the next version, we're aiming for 92%. So these patients that you have demonstration kits sitting in their clinics, they're doing this because they've identified a CPT code, which they can monetize the process of the demonstrations with, up to $100 per actual visit, and that's available today. On the patient reimbursement side, we've identified a HCPCS code, L3916, as an orthotic, which would allow us to get the patient covered for 80% instead of paying out of pocket. This will be available in around a year. Instead of reinventing the wheel, going after a new code and all the politics associated with that, we've identified a code that we fit into, and there's a much higher probability of success. It's a 30-year stable code. So earlier this year, we hired our first sales rep. We filed our patent. In Q2, we launched the Steady 3, and we were able to close our seed round almost. There's 10 more days. And in Q3, we're hoping to release the devices to the 250 sites. By the end of the year, we're aiming for a 5% penetration and having our white paper published with the Steady 4 ready for clinical studies. None of this would be possible without our world-class team. Everybody on our team has tremors in their families or tremors themselves. We combine over 70 years of business and product development, and we're supported by some world-class advisors, a combination of community Tremor Foundation leaders and neurologists that focus on movement disorders, with the support of the standard companies from medical devices like Medtronic and Boston Scientific. There's $100,000 left in our rounds, so I hope you brought your checkbooks. We're hoping to close in the next 10 days. The breakdown is 65% marketing, 25% R&D, and 10% production. And some of the key KPIs is that we've increased the size of our team by 200%. Our revenue growth from last year is 300%. And we're actually on target to hit $1 million in revenue this year. Last but not least, I'd like to thank you guys all for taking the time out of your day to be here today. Thank you to the Matter team and all of our investors to date who have been part of this journey.
I can start us off. Great presentation, and congratulations on your progress. Either I forgot my TLRs, or how can you be TLR3 and already be public? You're already selling to the public. You should be already TLR9, right?
The TRL3 that you're talking about is for the next version of our product.
Ah, okay. Yes. It's the next bit. Okay, I'm totally confused. Then the actual question that I have for you is, I saw your competitors, and I've seen a lot of things out there, right? Even like the spoon that was acquired by Google a while back with a lot of money. There's like a pen. There's all these devices, but I like the glove, but there's multiple gloves. So tell us about your patent positioning and how differentiated you are, and you have freedom to operate or all that good stuff.
Yeah, we have freedom to operate. Our patent actually is a novel stabilization technology. Nobody in our space is using the same technology to go after hand tremors.
Even if it's not for the glove, but it's from the pen or from the spoon?
None of them.
It's
none of them. Yeah,
okay.
They're either using weighted options or an older version of our spring technology, which is like the traditional tuned mass damping. But we've invented a new class of stabilization by combining polymagnets and tuned mass dampers to create our technology. So we're not worried about that. Freedom to operate we have.
And your patents are already granted?
We have the first patent granted, two pending, and we've gotten really good feedback on the other two from the USPTO office.
So cut and dry, you've obviously, amazing that you have an 89% gross margin on a device, so congratulations, and great data in humans, not mice. So I was just wondering, what's the lifetime value of a patient? Is it that they buy one device and then they don't need to buy another? Is there anything they need to refill? Because it seems like you've got your costs pretty low, the cost of acquiring your customers, you've got some online direct to consumer, but I love that you're doing more of this like B2B2C through, just your model is excellent. It's wonderful, and you have traction. So yeah, just curious what your lifetime value is.
The glove is sitting on my hand. You can see the straps are actually deteriorated from the amount of demos I've done. Mm-hmm. However, these straps need to be replaced. So every couple of months, we see people buying more straps. And as a matter of fact, since version 1 to version 3, we've had patients rebuy the device. We estimate that the lifetime value of a patient is sitting between $3,000 and $4,000, depending on how much the cost of the Steady 4 is.
Okay. So they don't necessarily need to buy a new device in their lifetime unless it breaks or something happens.
Yeah, so yeah, absolutely. They don't need to, but they always have the option to upgrade it for a small amount, small ticket.
So it was something interesting just for, again, a venture-backed company, right? Are you thinking about also going into other areas? Because to your point, once you buy a device, you may need some accessories, but if you want to see a high velocity of growth, you want to get more value out of the same customer. So are you thinking about new areas or
we hinted
this technology?
Towards it during,
yeah, go
sorry to interrupt you. We hinted towards it during the panel where customization of the technology would be available, different colors, different skins to be added on. And in the next version of our technology also there is room for add-ons, and that's something that we are exploring. We haven't really identified exactly how it's going to be done yet, but there's the option of patient monitoring, for example, to be added in there to track how often the tremors happen when you're having an off medication scenario for Parkinson's in that case.
Talk a little bit about why is the next version a prescription only, and what is that next version? Because you've shown several versions. What does that next version need to do? What kind of feedback are you getting from users that are directing where you're heading with that next version?
The feedback is always the same. We've now surveyed over 5,000 patients with essential tremor and Parkinson's disease through multiple organizations nationwide. It's always make it smaller, make it lighter, make it more effective. So those are our three main targets from a design perspective. You asked about why we want to make it prescription. We're going after a code. That code would really make things much more affordable for the patient to achieve. And that DME would allow us to price the device at the same thing, around $800, but the patient would only pay around $200. And when you factor in things like Affirm, PayBright, these monthly payment plan options, you're sitting at around $12 a month. Very, very accessible solution, even with the Medicare coverage.
The 100K, I can immediately find 3 places for you. Done.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah, exactly. I have 50K going. All right. The Michael J. Fox Foundation, I'm sure they have 100K to spare.
They go after cures, not solutions for.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Absolutely.
100%?
Yeah.
And then there is a thing called ASAP. Do you know the ASAP? Which is,
ASAP?
yeah, you should look into it because it's the new major Parkinson's donor, and I think they do diseases and drug and diagnostic or devices, whatever it's called. And then this would be a fantastic crowdfunding tool. Like you could get like oversubscribed from all around the world and a great marketing tool. Have you thought of that avenue? And there's a way that you can do this now without messing up your equity table.
That's exactly it. We've decided to sway away from crowdfunding because we don't want to complicate our cap table too much. That's really the reality of it, and we don't want to oversubscribe the round really because we don't want future investors to look at us and say, oh my God, these founders are so diluted, they're not going to be focused on the company. Although it makes for a nice press release, right?
Yeah. But I'll send you some information.
I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, great job, Emil.
I'll close with one thing. Clinicians are able to get a demonstration kit for free. So if there are any in the room, come find me in the crowd.